quick time for a little reshuffle. There we are, a little shuffle forward. Now come to the general debate on sports and the performance of Team GB and Paralympics GB in 2024. I call the Minister to move.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government could not be prouder of the performance of our Olympians and Paralympians at the Paris 2024 Games. All of our British athletes who participated this summer have done something quite amazing on a global stage. Whilst many won medals, they have all inspired the nation. Team GB brought home 65 medals, the third highest haul of all time, one more than the number one in Tokyo and equal to the number one at London 2012. Paralympics GB finished second in the medal table, winning medals across 18 of the 19 sports that the team competed in, still the highest of any nation ever. The breadth and depth of Team GB's success was amazing. There were so many incredible moments. Tom Pidcock's recovery from a puncture to take gold in the mountain biking, Alex Yee's sprint finish to snatch gold in the men's triathlon, and Keely Hodgkinson storming to gold on the track in the 800 metres, to name but a few. Barnsley's own Becky Moody also brought home a bronze as part of the Team GB dressage team. As Sports Minister, I had the privilege of visiting Paris for the Olympics and the Paralympics. It was great to cheer on Team GB, road cyclists and swimmers at the Olympics, as well as to visit the Olympic Village and see exactly how our athletes are supported throughout their Olympic experience. At the Paralympics, it was brilliant to see Maisie Summers-Newton bring home a gold in the 200-metre medley, and I was absolutely gripped by the wheelchair tennis, where I was lucky to see both Andy Lackthorne and Greg Slade win their singles matches. I'd like to thank those at Team GB and Paralympics GB who hosted me. Nick Webborn, Dave Clark, Andy Hanson, and a former member of this house, Sir Hugh Robertson, and of course, Sally Mundy and Dame Catherine Granger and everyone at UK Sport. I cannot begin to imagine the thousands of hours of training, recovery, competition and qualifying that preceded Paris. I do, however, understand the importance of this government continuing to support our elite athletes. Indeed, I know how important funding directed through UK Sport is to their success and preparation, and how the British Olympic Association and Paralympic GB ensure that in the final stretch, our athletes continue to be some of the very best supported to do their best when the medal moment comes. In terms of Team GB's success, since 1896, when the modern Olympic Games first took place in Athens, British and Northern Irish athletes have competed at every single Olympic Games. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I absolutely support the work that this government and previous governments have done to support elite athletes in the Olympics and in other ways. It's incredibly important. Does she agree with me that the inspirational work done by our Olympians actually motivates a whole generation of new people to get into sport, and actually the elite, supporting elite tennis, elite sport is a tremendously important way of driving up participation.
Friend is absolutely right. It's an issue I'm going to come on to address in a moment, but I absolutely agree with the points he makes. Because Team GB have been in the top 7 in the Olympics since 2008, and Paralympics GB has also achieved top 3 finishes in every Paralympic Games since 2000. It's a remarkable record of achievement, and one that truly cements success into our sporting culture. Though we have not always had the same success in the medal table, and Team GB have come a long way since Atlanta 1996, where they left with a single gold medal. But thanks to National Lottery and UK Sport funding, we have transformed our fortunes. Indeed, UK Sport have invested £385 million of Exchequer and lottery funds into success at the Paris Olympics and Paralympics. Government recognises the vital importance of this funding to continue to support the opportunity for all our talented athletes to succeed, which is why we are fully committed to multi-year funding for our elite sports system to enable our athletes to excel on the world stage. This means supporting them financially to match and build on their success in Paris as we look forward to LA 2028. And we've also seen the great development of the Changemaker initiative, which aims to help athletes maximise their impact on their return from Paris 2024 and give back to the local communities that have supported them. Athletes can choose the social impact project they wish to support, which could be anything from grassroots sports projects to mental health initiatives, whatever causes they are passionate about, demonstrating how major events not only transform the lives of athletes, but also of everyday people across our nation. Because at a very basic level, this government wants people to get more active, and we want to ensure that sport is open to everyone. Major sporting events present an opportunity to inspire the nation to get active. Indeed, nearly 2/3 of British people say they are inspired by the success of our Olympic and Paralympic teams. I will give way.
Way, and I can't associate myself more closely with her comments. And just to declare an interest, I had the privilege of working at Channel 4 before joining Parliament. With 7.3 billion minutes viewed, Channel 4's coverage of the Paralympics was its biggest ever. The growth of parasport is not just an exciting opportunity for British sport, but also for an opportunity to make sport more accessible to everyone. So does the Minister agree with me that this commitment to the Paralympics should leave a lasting legacy that ensures disabled people across our country have access to physical activity?
The Honourable Lady makes an incredibly important point, one that I support, and indeed the Secretary of State, when she was out at the Paralympics shortly after I had attended, did an event where she spoke about getting young people, disabled young people, more active in sport. So she makes a really important point. Now, the benefits for everyone to public health of being active are well known. Whether that be through supporting mental health or managing long-term conditions. For example, physical activity directly prevents 900,000 cases of diabetes each year and 93,000 cases of dementia, which is why it is important to have high-quality, inclusive grassroots facilities to help ensure everyone has access to sport. Now, we, as the government, have committed to continue the multi-sport grassroots facilities programme that will invest £123 million across the UK this year. I saw firsthand the impact of this funding during my first visit as Sports Minister to Derby Racecourse's new state-of-the-art hub, and I have seen it in my own area of Barnsley, from Houghton May Miners Welfare Ground to the Onewell Recreation Ground playing fields, and the new Parkside facility in Hoyland, which will see spades in the ground this weekend, which I am looking forward to visiting. I know the difference it has and will make to local communities. As a former teacher, I understand the importance of sport and physical activity to children. A recent Youth Sport Trust survey found that 87% of schools considered that sport makes a positive contribution to achievement. We are committed to protecting time for physical education, and the Department for Education's upcoming review of the curriculum will ensure that no child misses out on a broad range of subjects, including PE and sport. So the advantages of sport and physical activity are clear for all to see. It improves... I will give way.
Just to share my concern that around 20% of children in Derbyshire are deemed to be overweight, and that we must make sure that the benefits of elite sport filter their way down to schools across this country.
Share that concern, and in my own constituency, in the borough of Barnsley, 34% of children are inactive. Obesity and inactivity is a really important challenge that we need to tackle, and sport is absolutely central to that, because we know that sport improves our health and life chances. It protects us against many chronic conditions like coronary heart disease, obesity and type 2 diabetes. 65% of schools considered that sport makes a positive contribution to attainment. It's also a fantastic enabler to growth, contributing 1.25 million to jobs and 53.6 billion of direct GVA to the economy. We also know it benefits society and communities. For example, sports-based early intervention initiatives consistently report that more than 70% of participants have reduced offending and antisocial behaviour. Grassroots sport directly contributes to preventing 10,000 incidences of crime. So it is a pleasure to be debating sport today in this chamber following our brilliant Olympic success. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all remember the success of London 2012, and I know many of today's Olympians spoke of that summer as so formative to their aspirations. One of the greatest political champions of the London 2012 Games was the late great Dame Tessa Jowell. Alongside one of my predecessors as Sports Minister and former fellow Yorkshire MP Richard Cabourn. As he highlights in his book, some people say politics should stay out of sport, but major sporting events are inseparably grounded in politics, and I am proud it was a Labour government who secured London 2012. And this Labour government will take that forward. We will take forward the legacy, supporting the next generation of athletes as we look forward to LA 2028, building on our successful record of hosting major sporting events, from the Women's Rugby World Cup 2025 to the Euros 2028, and as we support grassroots sport so that everyone, whatever their background or postcode, can take part in the sports they love. Thank you.
The question is that this House has considered sport and the performance of Team GB and Paralympics GB in 2024. I call the Shadow Minister, Louie.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is my pleasure to open today's debate on the behalf of the official opposition. And can I start by welcoming the new Secretary of State and Ministers to their place on the front bench. I look forward to what I'm sure will be plenty of robust but fair debate in the coming weeks and months ahead. And I also congratulate my right honourable friend for Gosport on her unopposed return as the Chair of the Culture, Media and Sports Committee. I agree with the Secretary of State's remarks a few weeks ago that the mark of any good government is the ability to welcome challenge. And I'm sure that as the official opposition, alongside the Select Committee, we will do just that in the spirit of healthy competition and in the national interest. Own goals, knock-ons and false starts are sporting phrases that could easily describe the shambolic first 100 days of this Labour government. But thankfully, these words did not reflect the performances of our Olympic and Paralympic athletes in Paris, who did their country proud again this summer. Whilst there was a reduction in the overall amount of British gold, not for the first time under a new Labour government, the 327 athletes who made up Team GB at the Paris Olympics delivered a respectable 7th place finish in the medal table, winning a total of 65 medals from across 18 different sports. We saw Ellie Aldridge become the first Olympic gold medalist in kitesurfing. Kate Shortman and Izzy Thorpe won Team GB's first ever Olympic medal in artistic swimming, not something I know too much about, while Toby Roberts became the first medalist for Team GB in sport climbing, winning gold in the boulder and lead combined. And who can forget the emotional scenes of watching Andy Murray's last appearance on court after a fantastic career, or the breathtaking drama of the athletics relays, GB's rowers surging to victory near the finish line, or my personal favourite that's been referenced already by the Minister, the sprint finish of Alex Yee, who reminded the world not to write off us South East Londoners. And the same spirit was clearly demonstrated by our fantastic Paralympic athletes over the summer, with Great Britain's finishing second in the medal table on 49 gold medals, making the third consecutive second-place finish for Great Britain in the Paralympic Games, an achievement I know the whole House and country will celebrate. With 8 more gold medals won than in Tokyo 3 years ago, the Paralympics GB team also equalled another record set then, winning medals across 18 of the 19 sports the team competed in, still the highest of any nation ever, with more than half of the 215 athletes in the team also reaching the podium. And whilst Labour MPs were busy shaking it off to Taylor Swift, Dame Sarah's story was on her bike, adding to her personal medal haul with a level of consistency and performance similar to that of England's now all-time leading run scorer, Joe Root. And who can forget the incredible personal achievements of para-swimmers Poppy Maskill and Alice Tai, and wheelchair racer Sammy Kinghorn, who all left Paris with 5 medals each. But as any athlete or sports enthusiast knows, sport is nothing without the fans, coaches and thousands of volunteers across our great nation who help support our grassroots clubs and top-class athletes to achieve their dreams and to inspire the next generation. And this summer was no different, with excellent coverage from the likes of the BBC and Channel 4, allowing an estimated 56 million viewers to witness another triumph of British sport, and once again, our athletes showcased the best of British endeavour, character and competitive spirit. Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain invented the majority of the world's great sports. 19th century Britain was the cradle of a leisure revolution, every bit as significant as the agriculture and industrial revolutions we launched in the century before. These are the words of former Prime Minister Sir John Major, which still ring true today. And as the Conservative Party, we have maintained his commitment to our athletes, from the grassroots all the way to those elite athletes competing at the international level. And before I move on to talk about the proud record as Conservatives supporting UK sport, I must highlight in particular the crucial role of National Lottery funding. The National Lottery, established by a Conservative government, has now funded elite-level sport for more than 3 decades. In fact, in the years 2013 to 2017, the National Lottery donated £337 million to the funding of UK sport. And according to that fantastic organisation, since the National Lottery funding began for Olympic and Paralympics, British athletes have won a total of 863 medals. This funding has transformed Britain's fortunes from finished 36th in the Olympic medal table at Atlanta 1996 with only 1 gold, to today, where we are undoubtedly an Olympic and Paralympic powerhouse. More broadly, the National Lottery has, since its creation, invested more than £49 billion into good causes across the country, and more than £14 million into my own constituency of Old Bexley and Sidcup. And I'm pleased that so many honourable and right honourable members were able to meet some of these excellent organisations in Parliament just yesterday. Over the last 14 years, the Conservative Party, working alongside many fantastic sporting bodies, has backed our elite athletes. We have seen the Lionesses win a European Championship, and our men's team reach a major final for the first time since 1966. We won't talk too much about the result. And we brought football home with the Euro 2020's finals played in Wembley Stadium, and we have secured the competition's return in 2028 when the UK and Ireland will host the European Championships. The London Olympics, where we all watched as our British athletes led the pack in swimming, cycling and so many other sports, alongside the fantastic Commonwealth Games in both 2014 and 2022, which have combined to inspire a new generation of athletes to greatness on our watch. Where Labour delivered the so-called austerity Olympics in 1948, we delivered the best Olympic Games for a generation, and I personally believe that the world has ever seen. And who can forget the incredible opening ceremony and the role played by Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. We committed more than £9 billion to make sure that as a nation, we could ensure that the Games were the most inspiring for our constituents that they could be, despite the financial challenges inherited from the Labour government in 2010. The then Prime Minister, Lord Cameron, correctly believed that hosting the Olympics would secure a range of benefits over and above the intrinsic impact on sport, embracing trade, regeneration and national well-being. He was undoubtedly correct. After we delivered the London 2012 Olympic Games for the nation and the world, we promised not to stop there. We committed to delivering an Olympic legacy that the country could be proud of for the decade following the Games in 5 key areas. Yes, we'll give way.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and he's talking now about the legacy post the London Olympics. One of those legacies is the amount of PE taught in the schools went down by 45,000 hours under that government. The gap between the amount of state schools doing team sports and independent schools doing team sports rocketed over that period. Isn't the real legacy that we saw from his government was that school sport was massively diminished, and actually he should be apologising for the record of his government in that regard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was only a matter of time before the Labour benches come out swinging. What I would say is if you look at the record of the previous Labour government in terms of selling off sports pitches, I think we could have a much longer debate about whose legacy is worse than whose. But we began to deliver on the Olympics promise right away. The 2015 DCMS report, A Living Legacy 2010 to 2015, Sport Policy and Investment, confirmed that 1.6 million more people were playing sport once a week than when London won the Olympic bid under Labour in 2005. To build out this significant improvement, the previous Conservative government backed our up-and-coming athletes with more than £1.35 billion for grassroots sports facilities across the country to ensure that they have the best facilities possible to achieve their potential. Funding from the Conservative governments has also seen over £320 million invested into grassroots sports across the country between 2021 to 2025 to build, renovate and maintain grass pitches and multi-sports facilities. This included up to 8,000 new and improved multi-sport grassroots facilities and pitches across the whole of the UK, helping the next generation to avoid the waterlogged and muddy pitches that I remember not so fondly from my own experiences of growing up playing football and rugby. £21.9 million was provided to renovate over 3,000 tennis courts across Scotland, England and Wales between 2022 and 2024. Over £60 million was provided by the last government through the Swimming Pool Support Fund in 2023 and 2024 to support public swimming pool providers in England with immediate cost pressures and to provide investment to make facilities sustainable in the longer term. And as most people will appreciate, swimming is not just a fantastic sport, but also a key life skill. And communities across the country have also benefited from the last government's Community Ownership Fund, which helped save more than 330 pubs, sports clubs, arts venues and other precious community spaces. And lastly, we must not forget the £30 million Lionesses Futures Fund, which is helping to provide opportunities for the next generation of Lionesses. The £30 million is being used to build approximately 30 new state-of-the-art pitches and accompanying facilities. These sites will be designed to prioritise women and girls teams across England. Importantly, the prominence of female athletes such as the Lionesses, Dame Kelly Holmes and Dame Jessica Ennis-Hill, has helped improve the number of women in England who participate in sport and physical activity. And that legacy continues with an extra 550,000 women participating compared to 8 years ago. Of course, there is more to do, but the steady increase in participation shows that the legacy of the London Games is a marathon, not a sprint. And it is not often that I will be positive about Arsenal, Madam Deputy Speaker. But the Prime Minister will be pleased that their women's team is leading the way in women's football, with role models like Leah Williamson helping attendance at the Emirates continue to grow to record levels. The women's team sold out the Emirates several times last season, and their average attendance was better than 10 Premier League clubs. Now, as we move on from the Paris Games towards Los Angeles in 2028, another round of great British athletes will be inspiring more of the next generation. Whilst nothing will compare to the home games delivered by my right honourable friend for Godalming and Ash and Boris Johnson as Mayor of London, these most recent games will surely provide a springboard for a new generation of athletes to begin their ascendancy to the peak of world sport. As the official opposition, we will hold the government's feet to the fire to ensure that they support our athletes from Sunday League to Premier League so they continue to perform at the pinnacle of world sport as they have done over the past 14 years. And in doing so, we remember the crucial role that sport plays in our communities and in our health, and I agree with the Minister's earlier comments. And in ending my opening comments, I hope that we will all finally learn more today about Labour's funding plans to support great British sport and to continue the strong Conservative legacy that they have inherited, because sport is much more than just free tickets. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
A little tip to the Shadow. My husband David and daughter Farah are indeed Arsenal fans, so that's for future speeches. I'll come to Matt Rodda next.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a great pleasure to be able to speak in today's debate. May I associate myself with the speech made by my honourable friend on the front bench, who I think spoke very eloquently about the importance of sport to men and women, to boys and girls, and the importance of sport for everyone, particularly for disabled people, and the lifelong benefits which sport could give. And I hope the whole House will support her endeavours in this important matter. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the time available to me, I appreciate many other colleagues want to speak, I'd like to cover three brief areas. First of all, to pay tribute to Paralympians and Olympians after this summer's success. Secondly, to just highlight some of the wonderful achievements of local sportsmen and women from the Reading area, and to highlight the importance of grassroots sport in our community. And finally, to also make a call for the owner of Reading Football Club to speed up the sale of the club, which is a huge local issue. And indeed, I would like to also thank my honourable friend from the front bench for her support, unstinting support in this important issue. So if I may start perhaps by talking about some amazing success from our local Paralympians in this summer's Paralympic Games. I'd particularly like to mention Greg Stevenson, who's a Paralympic rower who trains in Evesham, where the British rowing base is. And Greg is someone who's been through enormous challenges in life, and yet he's gone on to win gold for GB in the PR2 mixed double sculls at this summer's Paralympic Games. He suffered disability through a bomb blast in Afghanistan, and that caused him to lose both legs in 2009. That was when he was a member of the 59 Commando Squadron in the Royal Engineers, and he's come back from that tragedy to become a Paralympic rower, and I think it is important to remember the contribution of our service personnel, but also other disabled sports people as well, and what an amazing achievement for him. I'd also like to mention, while I have the opportunity, Ed Fuller, another Paralympic rower, also training locally, who attended the University of Reading. He was one of the crew who won gold for Team GB in the mixed Cox 4 events this summer in Paris. And in addition, in a slightly different type of sport, Will Arnott, a Boccia player, who's also a Paralympian from our community, and he practices an unusual sport which is less well known. This is a precision ball sport which is similar to bowls. And I would also like to praise him for his hard work and dedication, his success in the summer. These are all wonderful ambassadors for sport, our Paralympians, and I would like to thank them from the bottom of my heart for their work, both for Team GB, but also in our local community to raise the profile of Paralympics and parasport in general to young people and older people in the Reading area and across the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, and I do appreciate other colleagues lining up to speak this afternoon, I would also like to very briefly just mention a few other prominent sportswomen from our community and say a little bit about grassroots sports, if I may. So may I please give my thanks to Fran Kirby for her work in football, both in the Lionesses. She plays for Brighton and Hove Albion now, but she started as a Reading player and indeed went to school locally at Evesham Park Primary School. So she's much loved in our community, and I think it's worth paying tribute to amazing stars like her who can blaze a trail for other women. Also to Amanda Handesides, who's a Team GB ice hockey player, and of course to Morgan Lake, who was born in Reading, who's a well-known high jumper and who's represented GB on many occasions. If I may, I would like to have a very brief mention of our wonderful grassroots sports. I can't do justice to all of them, but if I can just thank our local football, hockey, cricket, and many other sports for their enduring work at the grassroots level, which I have to say myself and my own family have benefited from. So I have to, in a sense, declare an interest there. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do appreciate a number of people who want to speak, so I would like to turn briefly to Reading Football Club and to just tell a little bit of the story of what's happened at the club, and also to call for action from the current owner, Mr. Di Young, who's been delaying selling the club, which has caused huge problems for fans, players and the club itself. Now, Reading is one of the oldest clubs in the Football League, and yet it is in real difficulty at the moment. We've had a very successful career, an illustrious history over many, many years, including 2 spells in the Premiership, the highest ever points achieved in the Championship, and numerous other successes. Sadly, we've never got to an FA Cup final. We've had some amazing cup runs, and yet our club, unfortunately, in recent times has fallen into a difficult period, and this is because of irresponsible ownership. And indeed, the case of Reading is similar to a number of other clubs. I've worked with other colleagues, and I have to say the previous work under the previous government, the Football Governance Bill, I'm very glad to see that's being brought back by our front bench team, and I do hope that soon becomes law to deal with these problems of irresponsible ownership, which have been felt across the country in a number of clubs, many of them in medium-sized towns and cities around the country, and I know other colleagues have strong feelings about this as well. Just to tell the story a little bit and briefly, before I call for action from Mr. Young again, I would like to point out how difficult this has been. So the reason the club has been so badly affected by his ownership is a series of pieces of financial mismanagement when he failed to pay HMRC on time, and as a result points were deducted. So Reading were relegated from the Championship into League One purely because of points deductions, not because of anything that happened on the pitch, and that is grossly unfair on the club and on the players and on local fans. It's completely and utterly unacceptable. And the same thing could happen to other clubs in the Football League in exactly the same way, and with the same issues with irresponsible ownership, owners who fail to live up to the standards that they should be adhering to. Sadly, at the moment, the powers available to the EFL are not as great as they might be, and I do hope that the bill, which will hopefully come to Parliament shortly, will tackle this and will set a high bar for ownership. It's interesting that Mr. Dye wasn't allowed to buy Hull City. The Premier League were able to intervene and avoid that happening. the EFL didn't have the powers at the time to stop him from buying Reading, which is an absolute tragedy for our fans and for the players and for the club. And I do hope that something can be done about this. We've been hoping for a sale since last October. Myself and the former member for Bracknell attended a march from Reading Town Centre with several thousand fans last October. We've managed to accidentally stop all traffic on a local A road. And we sent a very strong message at that point. The fans sent a very strong message to Mr. Dye that he needed to sell the club. He needed to get on with selling the club, find a preferred bidder and work with them to move things on so the new owner could come and invest in the club. And that, in the last year, this situation has not been properly addressed. He's been in discussion with Rob Couig, the former owner of Wycombe, but sadly that fell through a few days ago. We've now had the declaration, the announcement, that there is a new preferred bidder who's come forward. Now, I would urge Mr. Dye at this point to take all reasonable steps to engage with this new preferred bidder quickly and to conclude a sale so that we can move on and help take our wonderful club forward, get it back up into a higher position than it currently is, ideally into the Premiership, but the Championship will do for the moment. So I would urge him to get on with it, to sell the club and to take action on behalf of the people of Reading. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do appreciate other colleagues wish to come in. I'd like to once again show my appreciation for Olympians and Paralympians, their amazing work representing this country and what they do as ambassadors for sport across the country and across the world, and indeed to support local sportsmen and women and young people involved in sport, and to finally again, to call for a quick sale of Reading FC. Thank you.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If, as the Shadow Minister says, the government benches are coming out swinging, I promise you I intend to play with a straight bat for the next few minutes. Thank you, I'm here all week. Sticky wickets and all that. Madam Deputy Speaker, the success of our athletes in Paris is a source of great pride to our country. Every community that had an Olympic or Paralympic athlete rejoiced in the glory of sport for those weeks over the summer. And for those communities home to a medalist, the joy was even greater. In Cheltenham, we watched the medal success of rower Thomas George and equestrian Laura Collett, as well as the efforts of Flora Peel in the field hockey team. And locals feel a sense of pride when we walk past our golden post box in the High Street in honour of rower Alex Gregory, who won gold in 2012. The task facing our nation now is to use the legacy of a successful Olympics and Paralympics to unlock the talents of the next generation. The next Keely Hodgkinson or Hannah Cockcroft is out there. Whoever they are, they need the support and access to facilities so they can flourish. And on the subject of Hannah Cockcroft, surely 9 gold medals is now enough for a major athletic stadium to be named in her honour. Sports and physical activity can bring so much to our lives. It provides people with a sense of community and a sense of purpose, as well as boosting both physical health and mental health. And it's important we note that today is World Mental Health Day and the contribution that sports and physical activity can make to our nation's improved mental health. Indeed, if we are to look at a utopian version of the future in which the NHS can thrive, engaging more people in sports and physical activity must be at the heart of our country's public health mission. Now, that may be met by some people with sighs and an assumption that sport is not for them, but we must think more broadly. The traditional discussion focuses on competitive elite sport, and too often that is represented in people's minds by images of elite sportsmen, and it's usually men, on rugby or football fields running into one another. But there is so much more to sport and physical activity, and we must view this issue holistically. We must do that because the consequences of ignoring the risks if we don't are stark. Almost 1/3 of children and young people are inactive. The Healthy Britain 2023 report states that obesity costs the economy £58 billion per year. Physical inactivity is associated with a shocking 1 in 6 deaths in our country. But it is all too easy to look at this debate through a negative lens. I prefer to look at the positive opportunity, which is measured in the personal and societal gains that can be made. Unlocking the power of sports and physical activity could boost the economy by up to £16.5 billion per year when healthcare savings and GDP growth are taken into account. It can close the equality gap in schools, The Youth Sport Trust found that 87% of schools say participation in sport increases the achievements that pupils make in school. It can even help cut crime and reoffending rates if applied in prisons, a particular challenge for our nation at this time, thanks to the legacy left by the past government. Our nation can and must focus on the future of leisure centres, swimming pools and other grassroots facilities. Liberal Democrats are calling for the creation of new critical health infrastructure. That would be a designation for sports and physical activity facilities, helping us all, but specifically children and young people in particular, to get access to pitches, pools and courts in their local area, lowering barriers to taking part in sports and physical activity.
On that note, will my honourable friend give way?
Of course.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He makes a really important point about grassroots sports. I'm really proud that across Twickenham we've got thriving grassroots sports scene, but there just aren't enough playing fields. And Udney Park playing fields in Teddington, in my constituency, have been lying derelict for over a decade, having been sold to successive developers who, quite rightly, aren't able to develop the site. It's an asset of community value. The community is desperate to purchase that site so that we can bring it back into community sports use. Does he agree with me that we need a change in the planning laws that allows communities to be able to bid successfully to buy those sorts of sites?
Well, my honourable friend makes a very strong point, and that could be one of those parts of critical health infrastructure that could be designated under the proposals that our party is making. Those pitches, pools and courts have traditionally been provided by local authorities, but the defunding of councils over many years has left many areas struggling to maintain facilities. In the case of swimming pools, the running costs are high and the need is acute. The previous government's swimming pool support fund is a start, and in Cheltenham we've benefited from some investment as a result. But more must be done. In the case of athletics facilities, a lack of funding in the sector has left local athletics clubs crowdfunding to keep facilities going. I'm aware of the success enjoyed by Hereford and County Athletics Club in saving their track. In my own constituency, however, the Prince of Wales Stadium is in dire need of repairs to its track, so the Cheltenham and County Harriers can once again host meetings of the standard that they require. I would urge everyone involved in that endeavour to come together and seek a solution in partnership with any willing and able organisations without delay. Wider partnership working at the local level is certainly required to support grassroots sport, and I pay tribute to the many trusts, charities and clubs that have stepped in to fill gaps in provision left by cuts to local council budgets. In Cheltenham, however, we do have one really positive story that we can tell. The Feed Cheltenham Leisure Card is being run in conjunction with food banks, the Cheltenham Trust and the local councils, and that means that anyone who subscribes to our local food banks is given free access to our leisure centre, lowering barriers to taking part in sports and physical activity for those who are most in need of those barriers being lowered. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a child and a young man, I took inspiration from the sports people I saw in front of me. Matthew Le Tissier, whose politics remain his own, Alan Shearer, Tim Henman, Serena Williams and Darren Gough, and so many more. Sadly, while I could never match Alan Shearer's goals on the football pitch, I eventually coincided with his hairstyle, and I will take some solace from that. But while I enjoyed many days at the Dell watching Matt Le Tissier and others, the majority of my consumption of sports was on free-to-air television. Today, youngsters simply do not have the same opportunity to be inspired. I would urge the government to consider extending free-to-air coverage of international cricket, rugby, golf and tennis, and even extending protection to some live Premier League football coverage too. For both sporting and economic reasons, is it not now also time for London to have its own NFL franchise? Expanding on the success of the London series of games at Wembley and the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium could bring many hundreds of millions of pounds to our economy every year and bring the joy of NFL to many more fans in this country too. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, sport instilled in me a lifelong love of physical activity, and it's something I'm extremely grateful for. My arthritic toes are perhaps less grateful. However, that love was most recently indulged during recess at Cheltenham's Man vs Fat football club. The organiser, Jamie Barron, told me how the combination of goals on and off the pitch helped him personally lose 2.5 stone. The club's 38 players have lost a combined 51 kilograms in the past 8 weeks, helping improve their physical and their mental health. I was proud to join the Egg Fried Whites team against a side I'm told is known as the Lardies in red. Now, the opportunities that lay before us, if we follow their lead and embrace sport for good, can help us crack the public health challenge facing in our nation. And I would urge us all in this debate not just to think about sport and physical activity from that elite sport perspective, but to think about how it can help us solve those wider challenges that we have, including public health and fixing our NHS. Thank you.
Maiden speech, Sarah Hall.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to address the House for the first time. It's a huge privilege to stand here today representing my home, the constituency of Warrington South, and it's an honour that I will never take for granted. I come to this place only the second woman to represent Warrington South. The first, Helen Southworth, was a mentor of mine. Helen's work on issues related to runaway and missing children were hugely important, and commenting at the time, someone said to me it was about children below the radar. Our job has to be to make sure these children are on it. And I want to continue that work, making sure all children across Warrington South feel happy, healthy, and are afforded every opportunity to thrive. And I will make sure that every child is on our radar. I also came to this place as a second member of the Hall family to represent Warrington South. The first, my father-in-law, Mike Hall, was elected in 1992. Now, Mike was the epitome of what a constituency MP should be, a hard-working campaigner who is remembered fondly for his time in this place. I will forever be grateful for the encouragement and guidance he has given me over the years. During Mike's maiden speech 32 years ago, he paid tribute to his son, Thomas. And today, in my maiden speech, I want to pay tribute once again to Thomas, now my husband and father to our 2 children, George and Freya. And today is another important day. It's his birthday, and I wanted to put on record a very happy birthday to him in the hope that gets me back in his good graces. Thomas, George and Freya are my world, and I would not be in this place without their love and support. Now, my second name is Edith, which also makes me the second Edith to represent Warrington in this place. The first was the formidable Edith Summerskill, the first woman MP to represent Warrington in Parliament. Edith Summerskill fought relentlessly on issues close to her heart, from women's rights, against child neglect, for better healthcare provision, and that's just to name a few, there's a lot. Having seen from her time as a doctor how poverty led to poor health outcomes, she made it her mission to fight for access to healthcare free at the point of need. Years later, she recalled attending her first confinement as a newly qualified doctor, shocked at the state of the home and the undernourishment of the mother, whose first child had rickets. She said, "In that room, that night, I became a socialist." Following in her footsteps, I want to tackle the root causes of poverty. As a local councillor, I work with many of our local groups and charities who support residents to make ends meet. The bread and butter thing, Warrington Food Bank, Busey Community Shop, Warrington Citizens Advice Bureau, and many, many others. They all do fantastic work, but demand for help is high. Now, Edith Summerskill wrote many letters to her daughter, who would also go on to become a Labour politician. And in one letter she wrote, "The shades of the women who blazed the trail that you and I might be free to fulfil ourselves seem to sit with me on the green benches of Westminster tonight. I feel now that you, in your turn, will go forward to destroy finally those monstrous customs and prejudices which have haunted the lives of generations of women." And I want to put on record my thanks for the work that she did to champion the rights of women, paving the way for future generations of women in this place, in Warrington and across the country. I would also like to pay tribute to my predecessor, Andy Carter, who served Warrington South from 2019. And while not politically aligned, I know that he worked hard for Warrington South. Being a Member of Parliament brings with it great responsibility, and he did not shirk that responsibility when he served on the Standards and Privileges Committee. Now, Warrington is the centre of the North West, or at the centre of the North West, sorry. Freudian slip. Sited at the crossroads of the M6 and M62 motorways, it's strategically important for business and industry. In her maiden speech, Helen Southworth noted that we in Warrington South are innovators. The first canal to be built in Britain, the Sankey Canal, runs through Great Sankey. With the Mersey, the Bridgewater and the Manchester Ship Canal, it is one of 4 inland waterways that are significant features and monuments to Warrington's contribution to the Industrial Revolution. And that innovation and ambition continues on today. Warrington South is home to a variety of business sectors, including the world's largest recycler of used beverage cans, Develis, providing aluminium for businesses like Jaguar Land Rover, and DriveWorks, a firm which works with manufacturing and engineering businesses to provide innovative and bespoke design automation and 3D software solutions, selling to countries across the world. And tomorrow I will be attending Warrington's annual business conference, where businesses will come together to collaborate and drive forward positive change for our communities. It's fantastic to have so many industries choosing Warrington as their home. But as the MP for Warrington South, I want to ensure that all our children have the skills that they need for the future. Now, this debate is about sport, and sport is one of the cornerstones of our communities. In Warrington, rugby league has been part of our heritage for generations. And I'm proud to say that my local team, Warrington Wolves, has a well-known supporter from this place, Mr. Speaker. Over the years, I have worked to support local grassroots rugby league and the formidable Bank Keebles. Getting involved in your local sports club not only has health and well-being benefits, but social benefits too. As a Labour and cooperative MP, I believe community ownership is an obvious model for sport. It gives clubs a financial solution that allows their fans and players a stake and a say in how the club is run. It puts people over profit, making sure the team's, fans and players' needs are always prioritised. And even more powerfully, community ownership gives local sports an identity that is rooted in the community. With this new Labour government, we have an opportunity to change the way we think about communities and the role they play. What if we built a system that allowed communities to take control of the assets that matter most to them? Not just sports clubs, but community centres, pubs, music venues, libraries, and so much more. Unleashing power of our communities, giving people a real stake and say in the assets around them. And I believe that this could be a defining legacy for the government, and I hope to play my part in realising it. Now, in the spirit of the pioneering women who have gone before me, I want to make Warrington South an even better place to live. No matter which part of the town you're born, no matter your sex, no matter your ethnicity, no matter your religion. Fighting to end child poverty, fighting for the opportunity of a good education for all, for good skilled jobs and decent pay, the opportunity to buy or rent a decent home, to live in a safe neighbourhood free from fear, to access free healthcare as and when it's needed, and breaking down every single barrier one at a time. Thank you.
I too would like to wish your husband Thomas a happy birthday as well. Hopefully that will get you into the good books too. The previous Sports Minister, Nigel Huddleston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I first welcome the Honourable Lady to the House and congratulate her on a very eloquent, gracious and personal maiden speech, and I think she's shown today that she'll be making great contributions to this place over the coming years. May I also refer honourable members to my register of members' interest and my declarations when I was Sports Minister, and I may touch on that in a moment, Madam Deputy Speaker. But may I also take the opportunity to congratulate the Sports Minister and the Shadow Sports Minister to their roles. Now, as a former Sports Minister, I know there's some upsides to the role, but I also know it comes with a lot of hard work and graft. The role of Sports Minister often involves dealing with the downside of sport, the regulation of sports, racism in cricket, head injuries in rugby, financial distress and so on, and dealing with many of these sports governing bodies on these issues, and coming up with challenging solutions on areas such as trans, where we're all, and working with the governing bodies, trying to make sure we get that right balance between accessibility and also fairness and safety. And I know how hard the governing bodies work on this, and I know this will be a challenging area for the Sports Minister. But there are some upsides as well. And one thing I would like to say, I know there's a lot of noise at the moment about declarations and attending sporting events. As Sports Minister, I'll say to the Honourable Lady, it is her duty and responsibility to get around the country and be a champion for all sorts of sports. And I hope that the noise around this does not stop her from doing her job. And it's really important because a lot of the sporting events, it's not all Wimbledon, it's also championing disability sports, women's sports, lower league sports right around the country. And I want to see her every weekend and so on being at these events and seeing her. And she will not get criticism from me for doing any of that. Now, there is another downside of sports, being Sports Minister. You go on all of these calls with sports ministers from around the world, and they all introduce themselves as the former, world champion of this and the former, gold medalist of this, and then we do have a bit of a record for it comes to the Brit, and it's like, well, I've got a medal from Sports Day at my school, back in 1984 or something, slightly embarrassing. And also the other downside of being Sports Minister, I'm afraid, is that you're often required to be in photos along with a lot of very fit, handsome and beautiful people, which is slightly a challenge. Or being invited to enter into the ring to go into sparring with a world champion boxer. Or Minister, would you like to participate in the 100 metres final? No, thank you very much. With journalists waiting there with cameras and photos just to humiliate you. But as I say, it is an amazing job and one that I enjoyed very much. And Madam Deputy Speaker, if you'll allow me, I've never had the opportunity to say a huge thank you. I was appointed Sports Minister in February 2020, and it was the job I always wanted, Sport and Tourism Minister. A few weeks later, there was no sport, there was no tourism, we were in lockdown. And because of the work with the governing bodies, and I have to say, in particular, the incredible people, Sally Munday and Dame Catherine Granger at UK Sport, Tim Hollingsworth at Sport England, various other sports bodies and all the governing bodies, and the incredible team at the department, we were able, over time, to get sport up and running again. Absolutely. And I'm really proud we did, because we all know how important it is for health and mental health. And also, let's not forget, sport is a major contributor economically to the UK. It is a massive export earner for the UK. There are hundreds of thousands of people involved in sport and supported by sport. Plus, it makes us all feel good, and we can. It's something that unites us as well. That brings me to another point. The Honourable Lady will find out at some point in the future, should she ever be unfortunate to be reshuffled into a different role, the number of opposition members who say to me, "We used to like you when you were Sports Minister." Not so much now, because the role is obviously not particularly party political, and I'm glad that, I think, will be the tone of today's debate. But coming to the point particularly about the amazing success of our Olympians and Paralympians, something that I think we're all here to applaud today, we shouldn't and cannot take that for granted. It is an incredible amount of personal effort they put into achieving this incredible success. We punch way above our weight as the United Kingdom in sport. And it's not an accident. I think all of us would applaud the work of John Major, for example, and the initiative back in the 1990s to make sure that money went into sport, which was often controversial, through the National Lottery, and that has continued ever since. And I know what a difficult time it is trying to argue for money for sport, but it is so impactful, I say, to the health and mental health of the country. And what incredible success we saw this year. Not only the medal haul, and that is important, but it's also the personal success stories, the personal best. The medals are a really good indicator of our global success. And in particular, my God, the Paralympians, second in the medal table, again. And I think it speaks volumes about the United Kingdom as well, because we champion people with disabilities. We applaud them and literally put them on a pedestal, because the Paralympics is a way to show what people with disabilities can do, as opposed to focusing all the time on the things they cannot do. And the UK has a fantastic global reputation, particularly when it comes to disability sport. And thanks to everybody involved, I say the governing bodies and UK Sport and Sport England, but also the broadcasters who put Paralympics on TV, prime time, and the British public watch it in their millions. That is not the case in many other countries around the world, and I know the Honourable Lady is probably being approached by other sports ministers around the world going, how do you do it? You know, you've got incredible success. How did you come second just to China in the medals table? And I think that's one of the reasons why. And the Honourable Lady and my Honourable Friend mentioned as well, you know, we are incredibly successful. Back in 1996, we just got 1 gold medal. We are the only country to have achieved gold medals in every single Olympics in the modern era, and that is quite remarkable. And funding is fundamental to this, and from 1996, because of the cooperation, because we've taken the politics out of a lot of this, we've got a broad consensus to back sport, and long may that continue. May I also take the opportunity, because of course I think many of us in this House are very proud of our constituents who participated in the Olympics and the Paralympics this year, and I'd like to applaud Matt Richards, who was a swimmer in the Olympics, Matt Skelhorn, Issy Bailey, Rebecca Redfern and Matthew Redfern on their incredible success, and I know, because I've met them multiple times, they've got very, very proud parents as well. But in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would just like to say, let's not take sport for granted. We like to applaud our sports people for very, very good reasons. Funding is majorly important. And again, I'd just like to express my huge gratitude and thanks, both when I was Sports Minister for what they did during the pandemic, and now the sports governing bodies, UK Sport and Sport England. I applaud them. They make us all proud, and I applaud the Olympians and Paralympians as well. They make us feel good, and we are so proud to support them.
I should put on record my thanks to Emily Craig, who's a gold medalist from my constituency. He comes from Mark Cross, and Rotherfield recently put together a tea party for her. So if the Minister wants to hold a gold medal, definitely come to my constituency. I now call Toby Perkins.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'll draw the attention of the House to my register of interest. I'd like to start by sending my condolences, I'm sure those from across the House, to the family of George Baldock, the former Sheffield United player who shockingly was found dead on Wednesday at the age of just 31. He was a fantastic footballer, played many times for Greece, involved in 2 promotions to the Premier League, and his death will leave a huge hole for all those who supported him, and particularly, of course, to his friends and family. It's a great pleasure to speak in this debate, to reflect for a while on the fantastic success that we enjoyed in the Olympics. Well done to everyone who represented Team GB in the Olympics and the Paralympics. To have success in the Olympics, you need preparation. And I have no doubt that our team were hugely inspired by our Prime Minister remembering to bring a cagoule when all the other world leaders hadn't thought to the opening ceremony. I think that might have been the key moment that got them all to their subsequent successes. But as the chair of the all-party parliamentary group for tennis, I'd also like to take this opportunity to bang the drum for tennis and to focus a little on the horizon going forward. At the elite level, British tennis has seen huge success in 2024, including at the Paralympics, with Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid winning gold in the men's doubles and completing the career Golden Slam, having won all 4 of the Grand Slam events and now the Paralympics. Alfie Hewitt also took home the wheelchair men's singles silver medal, and Andy Lapthorne and Greg Slade also won silver in the quad wheelchair doubles. And if there was a prize for the most memorable non-medal winning moments of the Olympics, then I think the remarkable comeback of Andy Murray and Dan Evans in the first round of the Olympics tennis against Japan, prolonging Andy Murray's amazing career in the process, would have been a strong contender. 2024, of course, was the year that saw Andy Murray draw down the curtain on what has been a fantastic playing career, to win 3 Grand Slams and 49 main tour events, while sharing an era with the 3 greatest players ever to play the sport, is a tremendous achievement, and I think he goes down as one of the greatest athletes in our country's history. 2024 also saw coming-of-age moments for Jack Draper in reaching the US Open semi-finals, and for Katie Boulter, who won her first WTA 500 event in San Diego and is now comfortably established inside the world's top 40 players. There was also exciting signs for the future, with Mika Stoisavljevic winning the US Open girls singles, and Mimi Zhu reaching the girls' top 10, Hannah Klugman continuing to establish herself at the top of the girls' game, and towards the end of the season, a remarkable run of challenger victories that took Jacob Fernley into the world's top 100 men. Away from the elite level, tennis continues to buck the trend of falling participation seen in many sports. 5.6 million adults and 3.6 million children play tennis every year, with strong growth in participation in recent years, making tennis the third biggest traditional sport in terms of participation. Tennis is also one of the most gender equal sports, with 42% of adults and 49% of children who play every year being female. Whilst a range of formats, including wheelchair, learning disability, visually impaired, deaf, parastanding and walking tennis provide opportunities for people with a range of different impairments to take part in the sport. There is also growing evidence that nothing does more to boost longevity of life than playing tennis. People who play tennis live on average 9.7 years longer than average, outperforming badminton, football, cycling, swimming, jogging, all according to a recent study of people in Copenhagen. Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll be glad to know that these opportunities to enjoy a long and healthy life are also available to members of Parliament, with the thriving all-party parliamentary group for tennis giving members an opportunity to play tennis every week over the summer months here in Parliament. But it's important that opportunities to play tennis are not denied to anyone because of where they live or how wealthy they are. And for that reason, the LTA Parks project, in partnership with the government, is so important. The Parks Tennis Project is a nationwide investment of over 30 million by the UK government and the LTA Tennis Foundation to transform park tennis courts across Britain and open up the sport to many more people. The programme aims to bring back into use 3,000 courts across Britain, spanning 250 local authorities. Through the project, the LTA aim to grow participation with a further 500,000 people playing tennis in parks annually, and with over 50% of the sites being transformed being in areas of the highest social deprivation. The new tennis courts at King George's Park in Staveley are one such example of courts previously in a state of disrepair in a deprived community that have been brought back into use. And I was delighted to join the Honourable Member for Mid Derbyshire when he was the lead member for Leisure in Chesterfield in giving the courts their very first usage last summer. This programme is so transformational for facilities that it really needs to be extended by the government, and I urge my honourable friend from Barnsley South to work with the LTA to extend the programme in the upcoming budget. Expanding access to tennis is a key objective for the Lawn Tennis Association, but it's always been my view that allowing people right across the country to watch top tennis players in action is a key part of expanding participation. And to that end, I do want to once again express my disappointment that professional tennis in this country continues to be something that largely happens in just London and the South East. The Wimbledon Tennis Championships is the world's most iconic and well-known tennis tournament, bringing in an estimated 56 million per year and looked forward to by players, fans and sports reporters every year. Britain also currently has main tour men's events at Queen's in West London and in Eastbourne, and women's events at Eastbourne, Nottingham and Birmingham. Already that meant there were no men's main tour events north of West London. Now the LTA has announced that the main pre-Wimbledon women's event will also be at Queen's, downgrading Birmingham and Nottingham. It is true that the LTA have held the GB Davis Cup Week very successfully in Manchester for the last 2 years, but that is not a replacement for a main tour event. Looking around at our competitors, this is unusual. France play men's main tour events in Montpellier, Marseille, Lyon and Metz, as well as in Paris. Germany in 5 different cities, the United States in 11. And the picture is similar amongst women's events, with the other major countries playing in many different cities. Whereas in Britain, from 2025, we will only have 1 event north of London for women and none for men. This isn't acceptable. I do accept that it may be more difficult to run events profitably away from London, although the recent Manchester Davis Cup sellout was the biggest crowd ever in Britain for a tennis match. But I do urge the government and the LTA to sit down and find a way to ensure that professional tennis isn't simply seen in London and the South East. Finally, the other big issue for tennis will be finalising plans for some lasting legacy from Andy Murray's career. Andy's mother, Judy, had been battling for years to try and create a new tennis centre near Dunblane, and it was a huge disappointment that the many obstacles placed in the way meant that she recently announced that the plans were being shelved. But it is crucial that a lasting legacy to mark Andy's amazing career is brought forward to ensure that the increased exposure his success brought to the sport isn't lost. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, tennis is in good heart and it's good for your heart. There is more to do to make sure it is enjoyed at all levels right across the country, and I hope the Government and my honourable friend from Barnsley South will do their bit to keep the sport of tennis growing. Thank you.
Maiden speech, Vikki Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for calling me to make my maiden speech in this uplifting debate to celebrate the success of the Olympics and Paralympics. And congratulations to the Honourable Member for Warrington South. I completely agree with her sentiment about children beneath the radar and will do everything I can to make sure that they are lifted and seen. One of my happiest family memories was a trip in 2012 to enjoy the spectacle and the spirit of the London Paralympics in the Poole and on the track, a day that surely inspired my own children in their passion for and dedication to sport. Mid-Dorset and North Poole can lay claim to Britain's first ever track and field Olympic gold medal. Medalist Charles Bennett, a train driver from Shapwick, otherwise known as the Shapwick Express, won the 1500 metres in 1900 and took 2 further medals, but he was largely forgotten until his family discovered his achievements more than 100 years later. My own journey to this place has been more of a marathon than a sprint, having taken 4 attempts to win my seat at Mid-Dorset and North Poole, my home for 25 years. That journey also started in 2012, when Dame Annette Brooke, the then Lib Dem MP, invited me for tea and suggested I put myself forward to be a candidate. Madam Deputy Speaker, I explained that I was just a mum of 4 running a cafe and was completely unqualified for the job, having never been to university, and that people like me did not become MPs. She simply replied, "That's why you should stand." Without her faith in me, I would not be here, and I hope I can emulate her work, like her support for park homeowners, protecting Dorset heathlands and fighting for better education funding. And I hope to achieve just a fraction of the deep respect and admiration that our community still holds for her. Turning to my immediate predecessor, Michael Tomlinson, he was so proud of his legislative roles, first as a government whip, then as Solicitor General, and most recently as the Minister for Illegal Immigration. And I know he took these responsibilities very seriously, but not as seriously as his love for cricket, including a recent trip to the Netherlands where he captained the Lords and Commons Parliamentary cricket team against their parliamentary team. My constituency of Mid-Dorset and North Poole is made up of dozens of communities, all with their own special character. We are all linked through our landscape, particularly the Dorset heathlands, home to all 6 of UK's native reptiles, ground-nesting birds, and with the most lovely walks, including Upton Heath, known to my social media followers as my happy place. The work undertaken by Dorset Wildlife Trust, RSPB Arm, National Trust and others to restore our landscapes means that we are one of the only places in the UK to have reversed the decline in nature. Ecotourism is now supporting economic growth, preserving the way of life in our countrysides, our towns and villages. While the beaches are in neighbouring constituencies, our playgrounds are our rivers. But I should stress that's on the water, not in the water. The navigable river Froome is ideal for a Birds of Poole Harbour boat trip to catch sight of a white-tailed eagle or the deer on the foreshore, or for a sail up to the Anglo-Saxon walled town of Wareham with its Art Deco cinema and pretty pubs on the quay, while the smaller River Piddle is perfect for paddling. The River Stour runs down from the north to Wimborne Minster, home to river-based dreamboats, Camford School's rowing facility and Poole Harbour Canoe Club. And I will fight to clean up our rivers and achieve bathing water status at Eyebridge, where our teenagers already spend their summer days chilling out by the water, and where parents like us taught our kids to kayak. I want to support those amazing people working to use our natural environment to improve health and well-being through sport. People like Will Benaher, who founded inclusive paddleboarding after being paralysed himself and now helps disabled people enjoy the tranquility and freedom of the water. Off the water, Wimborne Minster is named after its 9th century church and is home to a chained library, a museum with a mummified cat in the walls, apparently for good luck, and an annual folk festival. The Drax and Kingston Lacey estates and villages that go out towards Holt Heath provide the chocolate box images you read about in Thomas Hardy's literature. And according to local legend, much of the content for his novels came from listening to the town's gossip when he lived in Wimborne. Returning to sport, England also saw footballing success and heartbreak this summer with the Euros. But in mid-Dorset, we were thrilled that Wimborne Town Football Club was promoted to the Southern League Premier South. And the neighbouring AFC Bournemouth opened their world-class training facility in my constituency in Bearwood, guaranteeing a pipeline of brilliant future Dorset footballers. Mind you, the pedigree is already up there, as 2 of the England under-23 ladies team came through Broadstone Middle School as classmates to my own children. And with Olympic trampolinists like Izzy Songhurst from Broadstone, champion go-karters, and winning sailors, among others, growing up in our constituency, I want to pay particular tribute to the volunteer coaches who make it possible for our children to have these opportunities, as well as charities like Dorset Community Foundation, who help our athletes compete at the highest level, or simply let children take part in what they love. Every child must be able to thrive, but our current education system stops that happening for so many young people. A curriculum that crushes creativity, a SEND system that condemns children to fail, and a grip so tight on Ofsted measures that teachers don't have the space to truly share the joy of learning. And some of our children face an even greater battle. Children in care, young carers, children who suffer bereavement, and those with disabilities or life-limiting conditions. We need those children to thrive too. And thanks to charities like Become, My Time Young Carers, Mosaic, Diverse Abilities, and Julius House Children's Hospice, so many of them do. But with councils facing bankruptcy and unable to deliver much in the non-statutory services, and public donations down due to the cost of living, they need action from government to secure proper funding. As an MP, my voice is my power, and I will use it to fight for them and for all of those who strive to improve the lives of those who feel voiceless. I also want to send a message to people in my community who feel powerless, and to young people worried about the future. If you want something badly enough, keep trying. It is possible, whatever your background, your gender, your struggles. Like me, you might take the long route, but like my famous country mum walks, the long ones are the ones where you stumble across the most interesting places and create the lasting memories. Like many people, I have a bucket list. It has just 3 things on it: to run the London Marathon, to earn a degree, and to represent my community as a Member of Parliament. Well, Dad, I finally achieved one of them. And although he's not here in the chamber today, he's at home watching, I hope he's proud. Yeah. I still pinch myself about being in this place. Just a mum with 4 fabulous kids, Molly, Abby, Isaac and George, and a long-suffering husband, Paul. An incredible team of volunteers who keep believing in me, and a community who've put their trust in me to speak up for them. I want everyone living in Mid-Dorset and North Poole, from Shitterton to Happy Bottom, yes, they are real places, from Gaunt's Common to Camford Heath, to know they've got a champion in me, and to know that I'm committed to making the places that we all call home the best they can be. Thank you.
I think Hansard will definitely need your speech to make sure spelling is correct. Maiden speech, Sarah Coombes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to be making my maiden speech today in a debate that recognises the contribution of sport to national life, and to follow 2 such inspiring maiden speeches. For most people, when they hear the words West Bromwich, the next word they think of is Albion. Unfortunately, that didn't prove true for the Boundary Commission, who put the Hawthorns in the next-door constituency. But that doesn't change the special place that West Bromwich Albion holds in the hearts of my constituents. Our historic club that puts us on the map, one of the 12 founding members of the Football League, until last Tuesday night, top of the championship table. Let's not talk about what's happened since. Madam Deputy Speaker, if you looked up into the West Bromwich sky in 1878, when the team was first formed at George Salter's Spring Works, what you would have seen all around you was the clouds of black smoke coming from the forges, foundries and ironworks that powered the Industrial Revolution. If you dug down into our earth, you would have found a black coal seam that fed our factories. That is how the Black Country got its name. We really were the engine room of Britain. And of course, in manufacturing towns like mine, some of the most important people are the tool makers. During the election, I must have met dozens of sons and daughters of tool makers all over West Bromwich, and yet, strangely, none of them mentioned it. But yes, in West Bromwich, we're rightly proud of our industrial history, and that legacy lives on today in the vibrant manufacturing businesses in the area. From the fourth-generation family steel press company, William King, that supplies one of our Midlands greats, Jaguar Land Rover, to Robinson Brothers, a chemical company that manufactures the tasty aroma you can smell when you open a jar of coffee, as well as the less tasty but safety-critical smell when you turn on your gas hob. After the war, Britain needed workers from across the empire to staff our factories, foundries, and our newly formed NHS. People from all over the world, India, Pakistan, the Caribbean, and more, answered that call. They made their homes in West Bromwich, Oldbury, Tiverdale, Rowley, and Great Barr. They put down roots, often against the odds. I recently went to the Sri Krishna Mandir for the 50th anniversary celebration. They told stories and showed films of all the people who struggled and fundraised and worked so hard to get the temple built and secure a base for the community. And when I think about the landscape of my constituency, as well as the industrial skyline, the Rowley Hills and beautiful Red House Park, I think of the domes, minarets and spires of our places of worship. The Langar Hall of Guru Har Rai Sahib Gurdwara, which offers free meals to all. The Sikh helpline based upstairs assists anyone who dials their number. The majestic Balaji Temple, grand All Saints Church, Oakham perched on top of the hill, the Dartmouth Street mosques. They're an essential part of what makes my area what it is today, an exciting, creative and welcoming place. One of my old bosses, Sadiq Khan, used to say, our diverse communities don't want to be tolerated, they want to be celebrated. And in my borough of Sandwell, that is how we do it. We don't just tolerate each other's differences, we celebrate our cultural diversity. I was proud to show Sadiq around West Brom during the election campaign, and I think he was asked for more selfies there than he was in London. The thing I didn't get to show him, but that I do love showing visitors, is our wonderful food scene, particularly our famous Desi pubs like the Vine, the Rowley Bar and Grill, and the Red Lion. Not only is the food so good at the Red Lion that it's impossible to get a table on Saturday nights, it also has beautiful stained glass windows that tell the story of Punjabi immigration to the area. What I love about Black Country people is the warmth, straightforwardness and willingness to get stuck in. Whether that's the attendees at the regular cheese and wine afternoons at the Yew Tree Community Centre, or the hundreds of people at my beloved Sandwell Valley Park run every Saturday. I've noticed that the modern version of the tradition of each member claiming to have the best constituency is now to claim the best and most beautiful park run. But I really do think that my own surely wins that prize, although the Killer Hills do not wake it one for a PB. I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to another park runner, my predecessor, Nicola Richards. Nicola worked really hard for the area and she was well respected for it, from her steadfast support for Albion fans and championing of an English football regulator to arranging careers fairs for young people. Our political culture can be very adversarial, but Nicola and her team have been very generous with their time and advice since the election, which I really appreciate, and they've even given us some of their office furniture. I'd like also to take this moment to mention Nicola's predecessor, a big figure in this house over many years, Tom Watson. Tom taught me many things. That people will think it's weird if you put butter in your coffee. That party civil wars are good for drastic weight loss. And that you probably shouldn't call other members of this house miserable pipsqueaks. He also taught me that the House of Commons can be an incredibly powerful agent for change, and that sometimes you just have to be brave. Tom was a fierce champion for West Brom, and he was never scared to stand up for those who needed him. And if he hadn't encouraged me with his sincere belief that being a young woman was a good and great advantage in being a parliamentary candidate, then I doubt I'd be standing here today. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know what an honour and a responsibility it is to be sent here to represent my constituents. I come here to bang the drum for West Bromwich, Albury, Great Bar, Tiverdale and Rowley, and to demand the change my area needs. I will be a champion for our Great Midlands manufacturing businesses, which have so much to contribute to Labour's national growth mission. That includes being on the cutting edge of green innovation, whether that's getting solar panels installed on our acres of factory roofs or setting up training hubs for good green jobs. I worked at an environmental charity immediately before getting elected, and I think the task of shoring up Britain's energy security and driving down emissions is an urgent one that is full of opportunity. Sandwell is a great place to live and work, but we face real challenges. Deprivation and poverty are too high, with families working hard but not being able to make ends meet. GP appointments feel impossible to get, buses are unreliable, and our young people are not getting the chances they deserve. Almost half of children in Sandwell are leaving school without the qualifications to get an apprenticeship or go to college or university. And of all the boroughs in the UK, ours is the one with the highest proportion of people with no qualifications at all. It's a core aim of this new government to break down barriers to opportunity, and for us, that mission is not just timely, but urgent. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me end on one of my earliest memories, which is of standing with my mum outside Safeway, handing out Labour stickers on the day of the 1997 general election. Thanks to my parents, even at the tender age of 6, I think I was aware that it was a moment of great national excitement and optimism about the future. Today, our country faces huge challenges, but I am certain that just as the last Labour government changed Britain, this new one will bring growth and opportunity right across our nation. And it will be my job to be the voice and champion of the people of West Bromwich constituency as we deliver that mission. And I hope I can do them proud.
Maiden speech, Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And many congratulations to the Honourable Member for West Bromwich on an excellent maiden speech. I congratulate her. It's the greatest honour of my life to be giving my maiden speech in this place as the member for my home constituency of North Cornwall, where I was born and brought up. I'll always be grateful to the people of North Cornwall for putting their trust in me. There are unfortunately too many supporters and friends and family to thank for their hard work and dedication for getting me to this place, but I must just give a special thanks to my mother Jennifer, father Joseph and my husband Manuel for their unwavering love and support. A huge thank you as well to my agent and sister Rosie. To every single member of my campaign, you're quite simply the best team that any candidate could wish for, and you showed such amazing dedication to our area. I wouldn't be here without you, and I won't let you down. It's also a pleasure to contribute to this debate celebrating our Olympic and Paralympic athletes. I grew up in the small but now golden rural village of Withyall, and soon after my election, my former Withyall neighbour Morgan Boulding won gold in the men's 8 rowing. I commend Morgan and all of our Team GB Olympic and Paralympic athletes for their amazing successes this summer. I'd like to just start by paying tribute to my predecessor, Scott Mann, who supported much-needed transport initiatives, such as better rail connectivity to North Cornish towns. I'll continue this work by fighting for much-needed transport infrastructure, which, despite North Cornwall's large size, does not contain a single mainline rail station, and vital bus routes are routinely cut. I thank Scott for his service, and I wish him the very best for his future endeavours. North Cornwall has a great Liberal tradition, and so I'd also like to pay tribute to my Liberal predecessor, John Pardo, who's still fondly remembered on many doorsteps for his dedication as North Cornwall's MP in the 1960s and 70s. In more recent times, Paul Tyler and Dan Rogerson were also fantastic Liberal Democrat representatives who fought tirelessly for our area. I was honoured to receive the support and advice of all 3 former members during my election campaign, and they have set the bar very high for me indeed. While the election campaign was mostly a positive experience, we did have one crisis moment. Having advertised a meet and greet where cream teas would be sold, the real dangers of AI were brought home to me. A volunteer had produced the event poster using ChatGPT or something similar. They'd found a photo of a cream tea, but tragically this was a dystopian Devon version with the cream on first and the jam on top. Before anyone had spotted this egregious error, it had been published all over my social media. As a proud Cornishman, it was indeed a shameful moment, and we immediately went into crisis mode. Luckily, we survived this unfortunate episode, and I'll be sure that I'm never again associated with any cream tea which isn't jam first.
Absolutely. Well done.
While preparing for this speech, I read those of my predecessors and noted the tragic resonance they still have today. John Pardo, back in 1966, described our area as neglected and exporting a mass of young people. Paul Tyler in 1974 explained the housing shortage is now a major social evil again. And Dan Rogerson in 2005 said North Cornwall has more second homes than council houses. As a young person, I felt I had no other choice than to leave and seek opportunities elsewhere, so I talk from experience when I say that these statements all sadly remain just as true today. Working to bring well-paid, highly skilled jobs to our area will be at the top of my to-do list. With the new government's pledge to build more houses, I'll be fighting to make sure we don't continue to just see more and more executive homes without the appropriate infrastructure and which are far beyond the reach of local people. I sincerely hope my future successor does not need to again lament the appalling state of Cornish housing 60 years from now. Everyone in Cornwall must have a safe and a secure place to live. I must admit, since my election, I've been shocked by the number of crises currently facing our great duchy. My inbox is bursting with cases of children needing urgent treatment in A&E due to tooth infections, with some parents even resorting to using pliers to extract their child's rotten teeth because they can't get an NHS dentist. GP appointments continue to be hard to come by, pharmacies are closing, and waiting times are among the highest in the country. The major hospitals serving North Cornwall, Treliske, Derriford and North Devon are crumbling, and we cannot delay or review their new buildings any longer, or we risk the South West hospital provision quite literally collapsing. As well as the crises in our NHS, Cornish schools continue to receive less funding per pupil than other areas of the UK, and the crisis in provision for children and young people with special educational needs and disabilities is extremely alarming. We see raw sewage dumped into our rivers and world-renowned beaches like Polzeath, Harlyn and Widmouth Bay, among many others, on an almost daily basis. The water industry needs urgent reform so that monopolistic for-profit water companies are forced to finally invest in infrastructure rather than only prioritising shareholder dividends. Our fishers and farmers continue to suffer from disastrous trade deals, which have left them struggling to compete, while climate change becomes the most urgent issue of our times and threatens to literally submerge towns like Bude underwater in the coming decades. Despite these hardships, there is also very much to be hopeful about. I'm deeply inspired by the dedication of our amazing communities and volunteer networks and sports clubs, to name just a few. Age Concern in Bodmin and the amazing new youth centre in Bodmin, KBSK, which provides warm meals, homework clubs and a range of activities for young people. The Sea Pool in Bude, run by dedicated volunteers to improve the mental well-being of local residents. The Memory Cafe in Launceston, providing respite for carers and those with memory problems. The Grace Project in Weybridge, providing unwanted clothing to those who need it most. And the Community Larders and Food Banks in Camelford, St Colin Major and Padstow. We also are blessed with many excellent sports clubs in my constituency, including the Weybridge Camels Rugby Club, the Bodmin Football Club, the Launceston All Blacks Rugby Club, and many, many more. I'm also looking forward to visit the Cheltenham ladies team, football team, in just a few weeks' time. But it's clear to me that the best way to solve many of these problems and the unique challenges Cornwall faces is for decisions to be taken locally. My constituents, including many who didn't vote at all, are so fed up with the same broken political system, which, as I've already explained, seems to achieve very little for us in Cornwall. That is why, as well as proper voting and fundamental political reform, I'll be calling for meaningful devolution of powers, funding and responsibility from Whitehall to a legislative Cornish Assembly. Cornwall's unique culture, heritage and language were finally recognised in 2014 when Liberal Democrats made sure the Cornish were granted national minority status under the European Framework Convention, just like the Scots, Welsh and the Irish. As Liberal Democrats, we are and we must continue to be the party for Cornwall. Given today's debate, I hope the Minister will also work with me to explore how we can see a Cornish team competing at the next Commonwealth Games. I'll finish now with the words of my 15th century predecessor, Thomas Flamank, who, like me, had previously been a solicitor and grew up in Bodmin. I hope that's where the similarities end, because he was soon after executed. Flamank led the Cornish Rebellion of 1497 and famously said, "Speak the truth, and only then can you be free of your chains." Guided by those words, I will always speak truth to power on behalf of North Cornwall. Kerno bis Viken, Cornwall forever. Thank you.
Yeah. It is important to be procedurally correct in the chamber, and the procedure is cream first and jam second. I will now call Kirith Entwistle.
Can I associate myself with the comments made by my colleagues and also my honourable friends on the front benches, and express my immense pride of the achievements of the Team GB athletes at the Paris Olympics and Paralympic Games this year. Their recent triumphs have sparked joy and no doubt inspired many across the UK, and they serve as a powerful reminder of the deep impact sport has on our lives, particularly for the young people in my constituency of Bolton North East. At a time when the Youth Voice Census shows that our young people do not feel like they belong, and only 3 in 10 say they have a local role model, our athletes have never been more important. They serve as living examples of the relentless pursuit of excellence, of setting high standards and working tirelessly to achieve them. Cindy Gamber, who lives in the heart of Bolton and is here today, has made history as the first medal winner for the refugee team at the Paris Olympics. Her journey seeking refugee status to standing on the Olympic podium is nothing short of extraordinary, and I'd like to congratulate her once again on her historic achievement. It was in Bolton that Cindy discovered her passion for boxing. She trained tirelessly at Bolton Lads and Girls Club, juggled multiple jobs to stay afloat, and overcame immense challenges, including the constant, terrifying threat of deportation. Cindy's story has had a profound impact on me, but also on the youth in Bolton. Schools across our constituency have invited her to speak, and she's inspired countless young people to pursue their passions, no matter the hurdles they may face. Cindy is one of Bolton's own, and it is my sincere hope that she will be able to join Team GB for the Los Angeles Olympics in 2028, and I will be writing to the Home Secretary to seek clarity on the state of her application. Following the Paris Olympics, we've seen a 260% spike in sports demand across the UK and in our community. The success of Team GB has had a real and visible impact. When Ben Sandiland set a new world record in the T20 1500 metres, more people laced up their trainers for Queen's Park Junior Park Run. When Sky Brown battles back from injury to win skateboarding bronze, we see more spirited matches and greater attendance at Bolton Lads and Girls Club. And it's in these local settings that young people see the benefits firsthand of fitness and build a real passion for staying active. They join local teams, represent their schools or communities, or even join local tournaments where all of the talent that Bolton has to offer is on show. Sport is more than competition. It's a force that inspires values we hold dear, a genuine love for staying active, perseverance through adversity, and the relentless pursuit of excellence. It is also an amazing force for community creation, something that brings us together and gives us a sense of belonging. These are not just athletic virtues, they're life lessons that resonate across the UK, and especially in my constituency of Bolton North East. When you join a club, you join a passionate group of people who are committed to seeing you succeed. Whether you're representing a school like Sharples Secondary School, a professional team like the mighty Bolton Wanderers, or part of a larger sporting community like Bolton Indian Sports Club, you have a network, a family and a support system. I believe clubs are a key part of tackling loneliness in our local areas. Research from the social enterprise charity Better has found that running in the open air is similarly effective as socialising with friends and family in reducing feelings of loneliness. And over 2/3 of young people taking part in Youth Sport Trust's Active in Mind programme reported that it helped them cope better with their mental health. I truly believe this Labour government can help continue that inspiration for young people, and we will see more incredible athletes like Cindy come out of amazing places like Bolton North East.
Yeah. We're all in awe of Cindy. Very powerful speech. Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just say I've really enjoyed this debate, the contributions from the maiden speeches, but also getting to hear about all the local successes we've had in relation to the Olympics and Paralympics, and of course they add up to our national success this year in both the Olympic and the Paralympic Games. We might be a small island, but we certainly do punch above our weight. I just wanted to make a couple of quick points. First one is one that the member for Croydon-East touched upon. She talked about the Paralympic coverage on Channel 4, which has been fantastic, but others have mentioned in this chamber as well about how increasingly sport is going behind the paywall and how that's going to limit people's opportunity to be inspired by sports in the future. So we really need to make sure that all of the crown jewels of British sport, the domestic competitions and the international competitions, remain free to air as much as possible, even if that is only for a single fixture a season or for the biggest fixture in that sport. We need to make sure that all sports are available on free to air and we don't push too many of them behind that paywall. The second I'd like to make is around grassroots sports investment, and I think it's really important that we try to make sport in all of its diversity available and also that it's inclusive of all of its potential players. I think about myself, and I'm lucky enough to still be playing football on a Saturday, and I managed to find a standard that fits me at my age of 34, but others aren't able to find their own standard. My wife is looking to play football. She doesn't have the option to do so because she either has to play at a sort of high level, competitive level, or there's no football available for her. So with respect to sort of inclusivity of women's football, that's not happening in the right way at the moment. We've also had some concerns about access to people from different backgrounds being able to get to different types of sports. So there's been a worrying trend towards people from privileged backgrounds, maybe private school educated, being the ones that end up as our elite athletes at the moment. I think there was quite a high proportion of our competitors this year that were from those kinds of backgrounds. And we need to make sure that we get that diversity of people from all types of walks of life into sport as well, so that everybody has the opportunity to make it at the elite level as well. And then finally, I want to make a point and also a tribute about disability sports. And my tribute is to somebody who I think has probably done more for that than most. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate 6-time Paralympic gold medalist and local hero to my constituency, David Weir, on his inspiring career, and to wish him a very happy retirement from international sport as he sort of had his last race at this Paris Games. David's journey began in Wallington, or more precisely on the Roundshaw estate in my area, where he first represented Sutton at the London Youth Games in the wheelchair athletics. His talent quickly became evident as he won the junior event at the prestigious London Marathon. However, his path has not always been easy. At his first Paralympics in Atlanta in 1996, David said he remembered feeling disheartened by the meagre turnout of spectators for the sport, only being able to spot 5 or so people in the crowd that day. In 2002, David won his first London Marathon victory, and he reflected too on that moment, sharing that he had no sponsorship deals, no media coverage, and he left feeling overlooked and undervalued. But then you fast forward to the London 2012 Paralympics, and as he did his victory gold medal lap around the track, he looked up at a roaring stadium full of thousands of supporters, highlighting not only David's personal journey, but also the evolving landscape of disability sports. And despite these achievements, David has been candid about the challenges that still exist. He continues to advocate for greater visibility and support for Paralympic athletes, noting that the gap between the perception of the Paralympics and the Olympics remains significant. And here in my own community of Carshalton and Wallington, we are trying to take important steps. The David Weir Leisure Centre in St Helier offers inclusive cycling lessons for individuals of all abilities, fostering an environment where everyone can participate. And Sutton and Epsom Rugby Club are to host an international visually impaired rugby tournament on the weekend of November 23rd. And yet we cannot ignore the broader challenges that remain. Data from Activity Alliance reveals that disabled adults are twice as likely to be physically inactive compared to their non-disabled peers. And statistics also show that many disabled individuals face barriers to spectating sports due to inaccessible venues and other prevailing attitudes. And this data shows that we must ensure that the legacy of Team GB includes a commitment to encouraging investment and support for disability sports. It is vital that we ensure everyone, regardless of their abilities, has the opportunity to engage in sports and physical activity. I know that David will continue to be a champion for this cause, and I hope in my own small way in this house I can support his expansion of disability sports. Thank you.
Maiden speech, Andrew Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the member for North Cornwall, who gave a passionate, if controversial, maiden speech. It's also a pleasure to follow my Cheshire colleague, the member for Warrington South, whose father-in-law is actually one of my predecessors as an MP for Northwich. Michael's contribution towards getting the funding we needed to stop the town sinking into a big hole of subsidence was vital, so I pay tribute to him now. I'm grateful to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to the House for the opportunity to make my maiden speech in this important debate on sport, following the incredible achievements of our Olympians and Paralympians at this year's Games. We're lucky to have a great record of sporting success in mid-Cheshire. Our own Paula Radcliffe, who needs no introduction, achieved incredible feats in athletics over her long career, smashing the marathon world record. Northwich Rowing Club's Matt Langridge won gold at Rio in the men's 8. The club, which has a proud tradition of breaking the perception of rowing as an elitist sport, have told me of the Matt Langridge effect, as more young people have taken up the sport than ever before with that club. And this year, the awe-inspiring Poppy Maskill, mentioned by the Shadow Minister in his speech, from Middlewich, not only swam her way to 5 medals, a world record and the accolade of the most successful British athlete at this year's Paralympics, was given the honour of being the GB flag bearer at the closing ceremony. And I couldn't leave this list without mentioning my mum, who got the running bug after I was born. I don't think the two are related. And went on to win the gold in the 10,000 metres at the European Veteran Championships in 2013. So all of these athletes and others like them have been an inspiration to the next generation of runners and rowers and swimmers, and it's fitting that we honour them and their achievements today. It's a tremendous honour to have been elected to represent Mid-Cheshire and our 3 great and historic salt towns of Northwich, Winsford and Middlewich. The last constituency to bear the name, back then a 2-member constituency with a strong pedigree of electing men with beards and the same surname, was abolished in 1885, and it's therefore thanks to 139 years of boundary changes that I now pay tribute to not 1 but 4 predecessors. Mid-Cheshire gained the village of Rudheath from the Right Honourable Member for Tatton, who's represented the area since 2017, and I thank her for her service. It seems that Rudheath's loss is Lim's gain, and I'm sure the people of Lim can look forward to many years of common sense solutions to the challenges they face. Middlewich was transferred from Congleton, formerly represented by Fiona Bruce. She served as a member of this House for 14 years, and prior to that as a councillor in Warrington for 6 years, a remarkable 20 years of public service that is a testament to Fiona's character. I know her former constituents appreciated her hard work and advocacy on their behalf, and her focus in Parliament on championing the right to freedom of religion and belief. Now, I pay tribute to her as a campaigner for better transport infrastructure in her constituency, something on which I hope to build in my time here. I gained Winsford from the former constituency of Eddisbury, represented by Edward Timpson from 2019, who prior to that served as the member for Crewe and Nantwich. Edward's outstanding work on improving the life chances of fostered children will undoubtedly shape his political legacy. Edward said in an interview in 2014 that he wouldn't have been children's minister and he wouldn't have been a family lawyer if his parents hadn't fostered. He may no longer be a member of Parliament, but I'm certain we have not seen the last of Edward's contribution to public life. Finally, I pay tribute to my good friend, the Honourable Member for Runcorn and Helsby, who's represented Northwich these past 7 years. Colleagues from across the House will know of his loyalty and his diligence, as well as his successful campaign from opposition to make school uniforms cheaper for all. My honourable friend has been unfailingly kind and supportive towards me and extremely generous with his time and sound advice. I was until recently a councillor in Northwich, so I know firsthand how assiduously my honourable friend worked on behalf of his former constituents and how highly regarded he is locally. He certainly leaves some big shoes to fill. Each of my predecessors would have been worthy custodians of the constituent parts that now form Mid-Cheshire, but these areas are not just names on a map. They are vibrant communities, each with their own natural beauty, rich history and promising future. The towns of Northwich, Middlewich and Winsford were predicated on the salt industry. From the Roman era to the Industrial Revolution, these towns have been shaped by the salt deposits found beneath their foundations and their strategic location at the confluence of several waterways that have been exploited to support trade, transport and our community's growth. And in the best traditions of British innovation, people of Mid-Cheshire have found interesting things to do with the holes in the ground after the salt has been removed. The Adelaide mine in Northwich once hosted a banquet for Emperor Nicholas I of Russia with over 10,000 candles illuminating the orange crystal banqueting hall all 130 feet below the surface. Today, the Winsford salt mine keeps the nation's secrets with over 33 kilometres worth of papers from the National Archives stored safely underground, while just outside Middlewich, preparations are well underway to store the hydrogen produced by Cheshire's HyNet project in the salt seam below. The salt mines, canals and rivers that run through my constituency have played a pivotal role in shaping the local economy and culture, and each has left an indelible mark on our landscape and identity. But these towns aren't just about salt and their storied past. Today, they are thriving places that are built on resilience, innovation and community spirit. Northwich is a vibrant town with an exciting and lively events programme. The Now Northwich International Dance and Street Arts Extravaganza has delighted visitors with giant insects, peacocks and princesses, rainbow butterflies, whilst the annual Pina Colada Festival, inspired by Northwich-born Rupert Holmes' song Escape, which I won't endure a rendition of now, has become an important fixture of life in the town centre. These events and dozens more like them wouldn't be possible without the council, local businesses, Rotarians and community groups all pulling together and supporting the town centre to make it the events capital of Cheshire. A pride in our community, willing it to succeed in the face of 14 years of managed decline from the previous government. It was in Northwich in 1933 that polythene was accidentally discovered by ICI researchers, and in Winsford today we have companies dealing with that industrial legacy, eliminating single-use plastics and recycling them. Indeed, Winsford is home to over 200 innovative companies, from creators of advanced tissue healing technologies to developers of a sophisticated AI model to keep people safe from plant and equipment on construction projects all over the world. But the true lifeblood of Mid-Cheshire lies in its people, compassionate, friendly and proud of their heritage. They're people like Julie, Diane or Matthew, running charities to help people with Down syndrome, autism and muscular dystrophy. They're people like John, Alan or Janet, volunteering hours of their time to keep the parks and indeed the streets of Winsford, Northwich and Middlewich looking their best. They're people like Catherine and Ant, who've kept our community fed, and people like Gail and Jess, who have helped more people in Winsford than I could begin to count. They, and hundreds like them, are the heart of its community, the custodians of its history, and the architects of its future. And despite the challenging times we're facing, I'm convinced that it's a future filled with promise and possibility. I've long believed that the people of our 3 great mid-Cheshire salt towns, and indeed our country, want a government that is on their side. They want politics and politicians to serve them, to end the chaos and dysfunction of Westminster and rebuild our country. That is the key mission of this Labour government, to restore trust in politics, to show that politics can be a force for good, to demonstrate that politics and politicians can deliver for people and change lives for the better. I promise to always do my best to serve and represent my constituents, to work tirelessly to deliver the change that people have voted for, and to repay the trust that the people of Mid-Cheshire have placed in me.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say what a pleasure it is to follow all the right honourable and honourable members, and particularly those who have made their maiden speeches, and the honourable gentleman who just made his. I knew his predecessor, Fiona Brice, very well. Her and I were good friends, and thank him for his tribute to her, and indeed to all the other ones, MPs as well. Like you, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know what way I like my scones. I like them with jam first and then cream. I'm not sure if that's in favour of Devon or in favour of Cornwall. Whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. I like them that way, and that's the reason why I do it, you know. But I just want to say, lovely comments from all of the constituents, and thank you very much for those maiden speeches. I think, I said it before, I think it's right to say it again, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're greatly enriched in this House by the contributions of those with their maiden speeches, and each one brings their own particular qualities and skills and experiences to this House. And that contributes to the debates we have, and ultimately contributes to the legislation that we produce as well. So hopefully that can all be very positive. So first of all, can I just say what a season it has been for sport in Northern Ireland. I mean, I'm going to probably gush with pride if I can do that, and of those who have done so well. We're on a roll. Wonderful achievements this season. So I want to thank the Minister who's just left for her introduction and for setting the scene so well, and for the Shadow Minister as well. There hasn't been an Olympic gold medal winner in Northern Ireland for 36 years, since Stephen Martin and Jimmy Kirkwood were members of the Great Britain hockey team in Seoul. And our last solo gold medal was in Munich, when that legend, that is Dame Mary Peters, won the pentathlon in 1976. I was 21 years of age. I had a full head of hair at that time, by the way. How much I wish to have that all back, but that's not going to happen. It's all been waving goodbye for a number of years now. But what an Olympics this year for us. This year in Northern Ireland, we returned home with 4 golds, a silver and 2 bronze. And to put that into perspective for everyone here, if I can very gently do so, Northern Ireland has a population of 1.8 million. So we produced 4 golds, 1 silver and 2 bronze for a population, and produced athletes that dominated the world stage 4 times in one sitting. That takes work, it takes dedication, and more than that, it takes heart and determination. So as I said, I was proud as an understatement. I was inspired. Indeed, every person in Northern Ireland was inspired, and I hope that some of the inspiration that those athletes gave to us in Northern Ireland was transferred, as I'm sure it was, across all of this United Kingdom. And inspiration is the goal of each of those medal winners who are hoping to inspire the next generations of swimmers, of rowers, of those in gymnastics, because that's what I wish to see, and indeed I think we all wish to see, the next generation and the generation coming on, they can be the gold winner medals of tomorrow. So I was very honoured to be at a reception in Newton Ards where we congratulated, in my borough, 2 gold medal Olympians who trained and lived in our borough. We had Jack McMillan, who was part of the gold medal winning Team GB swimming relay that trained in Bangor Aurora complex in the verge of our constituency, and whose presence at his home council event was to tell others, you can achieve this with hard work and dedication. And very clearly, he was V-shaped from his waist to his shoulders. The strength was all in his arms, and it's quite clear why he was such a good swimmer. Then we had a young man who has always had a special place in my heart, young Reece McClanahan from Newton Ards. I supported him from a young age, and he finally this year brought home the gold in one of the hardest disciplines that there are, the pommel horse gymnastics. I don't know if you ever watched it. You do everything in your 2 hands, And I mean, I couldn't stay for 3 seconds with my two hands, never mind bounce about and do all those things that he does. He's fantastic. And I've watched him because I've known him for years. I knew his mother very well, and his father Danny as well. But he brought a gold in one of the hardest disciplines. So I watched it all in agony as a slip of a finger prevented his victory in Tokyo just some 4 years ago. And I remember the disappointment they had. But I cheered him on, and we all cheered him on as he won the Commonwealth, since Tokyo, the Commonwealth, the World Champion, European Championships. And yes, I just knew, like everybody else in Newton Ours and indeed in further afield, that he would win the gold in Paris, which he did. So we cheered until we were hoarse, and I think probably everybody else does the same for their people as well. His hometown, which is Newton Ours, where I have my office, and it's my biggest town in my country, we decorated their windows, we put up posters and banners, took pride in one of our own smashing all ceilings on the world stage. It inspired children, it helped children to see that, Rhys McClanahan can do that, so can I. And for the young boys and girls, that was incredible. While the schools talked about it, the parents raved about it, there's a palatable sense of joy. Rhys' victory belonged to all of us in the hometown of Newton Ours, and his post on Facebook, I think, is one which I want to quote. For after the celebration, he said, "My home Newton Ours, I brought you home our first ever Olympic gold medal," and he did, and that inspired all of Newton Ours, and indeed, I would say, all of Northern Ireland. This humble young man is determined that his joy is our joy, and I've been watching his progress over some probably 15 odd years. I regularly would have sent him letters when I was an MP. I send letters to many people to encourage them, but I always do that because I think it's the right thing to do. I send letters that are handwritten, and now that might be a challenge for most people if you see some of my writing. But I said, did you get my letters, Rhys? He says, "Oh, I got all the letters." I says, "Could you read them?" Well, he says, "Jim, that was the real challenge." But I think it was good news you were telling me anyway. Well, it was obviously, of course, but again, a young fella who has done so well. But his aim is to encourage young people to work towards their dream. He was clear that there have been failures. Tokyo didn't work out, but Paris did, and all the other ones since that it did. That he got it wrong, but that getting up and trying again is what secured him his accolades, and that is what enables any and all of us to get success. And some of the people who spoke today, one of the ladies who made our maiden speech, she said she'd attempted 4 times, but she got it her 5th time. And I think that tells me that if you don't do it first time, do it again, and you come back and you do better. So there is a message of hope and persistence that our young people need more than ever. I said to some of the people who I met who were Olympians, and I think about another person here, I'm going to mention him just now. When you get gold or silver or bronze, or 1st, 2nd or 3rd best in the world, that's what you've done, But you see, if you've got 4th, you're the 4th best in the world, and you might have got a medal, but that's also quite an achievement. And the reason why I say this, because, and I mentioned his name, Barry McClemens, he swam in the Paralympics. Now, he got a bronze in Tokyo last time, but he didn't get a medal this time, but he got a personal best. He swam quicker this time than he did the last time, but he didn't get a medal. But I said, "You were the 4th best in the world." So when we look at inspiring children into sport, we following the footsteps, I think, of Mary Peters, who has for the last almost 50 years presented children of Northern Ireland with a goal and a determination to give their all, and that to me is the real glitter that comes from gold medals. It's the reason that Rhys McClanahan and his business partner Luke opened their gym and training facility in the hometown of Newton Ours and offered every child that came to them, every child, every boy and girl, a free gymnastics lesson to encourage them to be active and see what they will enjoy. It's the reason that Mary Peters has spent years at school, sports days, some 50 years of sports days and awards to encourage children to dare to dream. It was the reason that we in this house need to do our part, and I'm quite sure we all do, to encourage sports by funding sports development, and particularly in Northern Ireland, where athletes like Rhys' parents sacrifice tens of thousands of pounds to see their sons succeed. Others have said about that there. I think the gentleman who spoke on this side before me, forgive me for his constituency, but he referred to one of the athletes from his constituency who had no sponsorship at all for many years, but still succeeded So that's what parents and families do. So we need to provide help and assistance in building these medals so we have a generation of world-class athletes proud to represent their hometowns and countries, and the power lies in this house to inspire everyone across the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So let us meet the gold standard and fund our sports and athletes and be proud of our nation, punching well above our weight. When Rhys McLennan was asked for a word to describe his experience, he just said one word: golden. Let's see how many more golden moments we can get for our children.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I say what a privilege and pleasure it is to follow the Honourable Member for Strangford, whom I'm sorry to say I share his preference for cream teas. I'm very proud to have one of the world's best golf courses in my constituency, in the Belfry, and I was delighted to join them recently at the British Open to talk about their work in encouraging young people into golf. I'm privileged to be co-chairing the all-party parliamentary group for sport and physical activity. I've taken over from my honourable friend for Spen Valley. One of my aims will be to make sure that we work with sporting bodies and organisations to push for more people to become physically active and for more people to be given the opportunity to enjoy playing sport in their local communities and at the highest level. We've had such a brilliant summer of sport, with Team GB ending the Paris Olympics and Paralympics with more medals than ever. And in my sport of tennis, which the Honourable Member for Chesterfield so eloquently spoke, British players doing so well at the US Open. I'm so proud of our Paralympic and Olympic athletes. They are role models and inspiration for our young people. I also know, though, that each one of them will have been supported by an encouraging grassroots club or organisation. Without these clubs, accessible playing grounds and courts, referees and coaches who encourage grassroots players to become professional athletes, we wouldn't have such an incredible set of athletes that the country is so proud of. Hear, hear. For this reason, I want to congratulate everyone who contributed to the success of our Paralympic and Olympic teams, the athletes, coaches, friends, family and officials. Sport has an incredible potential to open new doors for young people, to break down barriers to opportunity. Every child should have the chance to find a sport that they enjoy, to thrive and grow in confidence and learn valuable teamwork skills. It's essential that we ensure sport forms a key part of a broad curriculum. Yeah. Since 2011, the Youth Sport Trust has found that the number of hours of PE taught in secondary schools has fallen by 13%. But sport isn't just important for the young people and professional sports athletes. Sport is a way of adults to keep healthy, create friendships throughout their lives, watching and participating in sport. This is why it's a massive concern that the latest Active Lives survey found that activity is less common in older people, women and those with a disability. 1/3 of adults in the UK do not meet the Chief Medical Officer's minimum requirements for physical activity levels. Almost 1/3 of our children and young people are considered inactive, meaning that 2.3 million children and young people do less than 30 minutes activity each week. Sport England has found that children and young people from the least affluent families remain the least active and are falling further and further behind. Sport is a form of social mobility. It allows young people to build teamwork skills and relationships with people from all walks of life. This government must ensure that children are able to access sport on the curriculum and in their local communities. This means investment in our local sports facilities, more lighting for outdoor facilities and renovating old leisure centres like the one in Evesham in my constituency. I was delighted a couple of weeks ago to put spades in the ground for the new physical activity hub in Bedworth. My experience as a player at county level tennis, I've seen how the LTA has ensured that a variety of tennis options are available for people of all abilities. This includes wheelchair tennis, tennis for those with learning disabilities, visually impaired and deaf people, and para-standing and walking tennis.
These modifications demonstrate how every sport can become more inclusive, so long as we encourage organisations to have inclusivity as their priority. As a line judge and umpire at grassroots level and at Wimbledon, I know all too well that we need committed volunteers at every level of sport, from our junior and local events through to the highest level of our sport at international events. There has been a pathway of training and support for those giving up their time, and that is essential that we continue with that. Yesterday was a sad day to find out that line judges at Wimbledon were being replaced by machines. Hopefully, my role in this house will not come to the same end.
Joe Platt. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow the member for North Warwickshire and Bedworth, and know she will be a great champion for inclusive and community sports. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a retread, this is not my maiden speech, but it is my first opportunity to address this chamber in a debate since 2019. So my time away from this House allowed me to engage deeply with the local community, listening and understanding the concerns, hope and resilience of constituents. Therefore, I am utterly delighted and profoundly grateful to the wonderful people of Lee, Atherton, Tyldesley, Loughton, Goulburn and parts of Astley for entrusting me with a chance to serve them once again. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to speak in this debate today to highlight the positives that our constituency brings, especially in the realms of diversity in sports. Lee and Atherton is a proud sporting town. Our beloved rugby league team, the Lee Leopards, continues to inspire, and while we faced a tough match against our main rivals, the Wigan Warriors, last Saturday, and I reluctantly extend my congratulations to the Secretary of State, who is not in her place, on her team's victory, but will not overlook the importance of sportsmanship and community pride that both borough teams embody. And it's not just the big teams that we honour our constituency. It's rich with inclusive grassroots sports that form the bedrock of our sporting culture. From rugby league and union to football, cricket and even a very successful girls' water polo club in Tyldesley. The diversity of our clubs ensures that there is something for everyone. Each club, regardless of size, plays a vital role in fostering talent and building community connections. So we have Tom Aspinall from Atherton, a UFC heavyweight champion, and the wonderful Ella Toon from Tyldesley, our female superstar lioness, whose legacy continues to inspire the next generation of women football players. And I must mention Lee Boxing Club, a humble facility which has become one of the most decorated clubs in the country, producing champion after champion. And one standout fighter, Paddy Hewitt, who had the honour of supporting the Olympic boxing team in Paris in July. And on a recent visit to the club, I was extremely encouraged to hear all of the young boxers, male and female, all expressing their wish to compete at the next Olympics. And last but not least, we have our very own Olympic gold medalist, Keely Hodgkinson, achieving a remarkable gold medal in the 600 metres event. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I am sure this House and the whole country held its breath when she took to the track, knowing we were witnessing a very defining moment. Keely's journey is awe-inspiring. Her incredible talent and aspiration, supported by her club, Lee Harriers, a club that has been in existence since 1909 and forms part of the heritage of Lee. It's one that I am extremely proud of. But that is not what this debate is just about, celebrating our Olympic champions. It is also celebrating our Paralympic superstars. And I want to give a very special mention to Greg Warburton from Lee, who did Lee and Atherton and our country proud in its exceptional performance in wheelchair basketball at the Paris 2024 Games. Greg's journey is inspirational to watch as he showcases the importance of inclusivity in sports and emboldens the next generation of Paralympic athletes. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is often joked that there is something in the water to produce so many fantastic athletes for such a small constituency, but I believe that there is something even bigger at play. The steadfast support of our community leaders who run our clubs, the passion and commitment of coaches, volunteers and supporters that create an environment where young athletes from all backgrounds can thrive. And our schools play a significant role in this success. And I want to highlight one particular school, Fred Longworth High School, where both Ella Toone and Keely Hodgkinson both studied. Madam Deputy Speaker, we admire Keely, Greg, Paddy and all of our athletes, but we are equally proud of all the young people contributing to the rich sporting culture that exists in our towns. Their hard work, dedication and spirit exemplify the best of our community. And I am pleased to support a government that is dedicated to developing the inclusivity of the creative industry. And I am sure that the Minister agrees that it is crucial that we pay the same focus to our sports sector, creating equal access, guaranteed for all sports in schools and community groups to ensure everyone has the opportunity to pursue their dreams. Thank you.
Steve Yem to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I first of all congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Mid Cheshire, on his inspiring speech. I feel like I know his constituency a little better now, and I commend all of those who have delivered their maiden speeches today and in recent weeks. It is absolutely a huge honour to stand before you today as the newly elected Member of Parliament for Mansfield, which is the place of my birth. And it is truly an honour for me to make my maiden speech in a debate on sport and Paralympics GB. And I am proud to be elected in this new Labour government, a government committed to opportunity for all. In this first speech, I pay tribute to my immediate predecessor, Ben Bradley, who was the Member of Parliament for Mansfield for 7 years. I have always found Councillor Bradley to be extremely cordial and hard-working. He was both my MP and my local councillor, and I must pay tribute to his work ethic and dedication. I'd also like to pay tribute to the service of a further 3 of my predecessors, all of whom I've known personally. Firstly, Sir Alan Meal, who was the Member of Parliament for Mansfield for 30 years, won 6 general elections and served as my MP from 1987 to 2017. And secondly, Don Concannon, who was the MP between 1966 and 1987, and introduced me and my wonderful wife, Julia, to the Labour Party in Mansfield as teenagers. And finally, Bernard Taylor, Lord Taylor, who was the MP for Mansfield from 1941 to 1966, and was made a life peer in 1966, with whom I enjoyed many a cup of tea and conversation in the other place. Lord Taylor served the people of Mansfield in one distinguished capacity or another for 50 years. Bernard was from a Mansfield mining family, like me, and a trade unionist, locked out of Sherwood Pit after the 1926 strike, and a committed Bevanite. What better role model could a new MP for Mansfield have than Bernard Taylor? I'm the first MP for Mansfield to be born in the constituency and elected as a new member since Bernard Taylor in 1941. And indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, my own family has a great deal in common with Bernard. My grandfather was locked out of the Cwmtelery colliery in the South Wales coalfield in 1926 and had to walk from South Wales to Nottinghamshire with his wife and young son over a 10-day period in search of work, settling firstly in Kirkby and Ashfield, and then in Blydydd, working with his 3 sons, including my father, as coalface workers at the Blydydd colliery. I was born in Reneth, a pit village to the east of Mansfield, and attended the local village school, Heathlands Primary. And I launched my election campaign in June by giving a TV interview at the school gates. During that election campaign, I was able to knock on the door of the house I was born in Southwell Road East, Reneth, and also to knock on the door of the house on Burn Street in central Mansfield, where my mother was born. I'm pleased to tell the House that they were both Labour households. I'm so very proud of the positive campaign that we ran in Mansfield. We completely and unashamedly focused on the need for opportunity and for real change, and I want to put on record my thanks to the many people who helped over many years to get me here. I bring to Parliament 30 years of international private sector business experience as a senior commercial leader and general manager in life sciences and technology, including as a CEO of a US corporation and managing director of an Israel-based technology company. For the last 5 years, this has been with a focus on the application of machine learning and AI to life sciences, drug discovery and genomics. I began my career as a medicinal chemist in the pharmaceutical industry, joining that industry after leaving Brunt School in Mansfield. Mansfield has always been my family home. I grew up there at a time when the local economy was dominated by coal mining, engineering and textiles. Now it is home to successful and modern international businesses, including Linney, power saving solutions and integrated door solutions, to name just a few. Mansfield is a compact constituency with diverse neighbourhoods such as Mansfield Woodhouse, Forest Town, Reneth, Ladybrook, Oak Tree and Warsop, and they are all special and unique. Our football club, Mansfield Town, is based in the oldest ground in the Football League, dating right back to 1861. And in this debate, I would like to pay tribute and congratulate Charlotte Henshaw, a local Paralympian gold medalist in both swimming and canoeing, and also to Sam and Ollie Hind, medal-winning Paralympian swimmers, all good friends and hailing from Mansfield, local heroes for all of us. Our local hospital, King's Mill, is where my wife Julia is employed as a consultant radiographer and where all of our children and grandchildren were born. And Julia has worked in the NHS for over 37 years. My priorities in this place will, of course, be aligned with my background in science and technology, but more importantly, will always be informed by my own journey. From a pit village to a scientist and a business leader to Westminster, but most importantly, ensuring that every boy and girl in my constituency and in our country know that they have a life of great opportunity available to them and within their grasp. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to be here representing such a fantastic constituency. As a former Speaker of this House, Betty Boothroyd, said, "It's like miner's coal dust. underneath your fingernails. Very difficult to scrub out. I'm a social democrat to my fingertips. And it truly is, for me, the opportunity of a lifetime. So once again, I say thank you so much to the people of Mansfield who have put their faith in me. I will not let you down.
Now, I don't want to put anybody on a time limit, so I am going to prioritise maiden speeches. Those who are not seeking to make their maiden speech might reflect on that for a short while. Chris Blaw to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and let me first pay tribute to those who've given their maiden speeches already today. I've learnt a lot, especially the fact that on these side of the benches we may have some excellent doubles partnerships for tennis moving forward. It is an enormous privilege to give my maiden speech in this debate as the representative for Redditch and the villages. During the summer, it was impossible not to be fixated and enthralled by the incredible achievements of our Olympic and Paralympic athletes. To paraphrase Lord Coe, sport can unify us, and I know that this government believes that sport can be an essential tool in improving our nation's health and opening new doors and breaking down barriers of opportunity for our young people. Madam Deputy Speaker, I must admit to delaying my maiden speech. The incredible contributions by those from all sides left me with much to ponder. I reached out to more experienced colleagues about what the blueprint for a maiden speech should look like. The advice was, don't try to be funny, jokes won't work. But don't be too serious or plagiarise the West Wing. Be self-deprecating, but don't write your opponent's attack lines for them. Keep it short, but not too short, and for whatever you do, don't go on for too long. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, with that clear advice in mind, I should try and make some progress. Politics can be bruising, but I would like to pay tribute to my immediate predecessor, Rachel McLean. We didn't often agree, but there could be no doubting her passion and dedication to our community, and I would like to pay specific tribute to her caseworker team for their support in the handover period. Sadly, Karen Lumley, our Member of Parliament from 2010 to 2017, passed away last year at just 59. Karen was a larger-than-life character who campaigned passionately on education and was greatly appreciated by her constituents. I thank her for her service and send my best wishes to her husband, Richard. Finally, I pay tribute to Baroness Jackie Smith of Malvern. Jackie was a Member of Parliament for our community for 13 years and gave me my first experience of frontline politics, knocking on doors for her re-election in Churchill in 2001. Appointed the first female Home Secretary, she was a trailblazer, and as fate would have it, she would be with me knocking on doors at 10 to 10 in the very same part of town on my election day. Although I remain sad that her partnership with Ian Dale on the For the Many part has been broken, higher education and the government are stronger for her return. It's customary to give a whistle-stop tour of one's constituency at this point. I'm sure that many of you will know Redditch is most famous for being a new town designated in 1964. Redditch was built as a bold flagship new town, utilising our new planning methods. Thousands of houses were built, the population more than doubled, and our dual carriageways and roundabouts remain the envy of many town planners. Redditch has been and continues to be the home of world-leading businesses. On my first school trip as a primary school child, I was taken to the historic Forge Mill Needle Museum in Redditch to learn that Redditch was once responsible for making 90% of all the world's needles. Redditch is also the official home of Royal Enfield, and the Bullet motorcycle was made in the factory on Huell Road and was the town's biggest employer from the 1900s and up until the 1960s. Today's exceptional firms like B Lighting deliver cutting-edge technology to some of the world's largest car manufacturers. Redditch is an eclectic mix of urban and rural, a vibrant urban centre to the beautiful Arrow Valley Park to Round Hill Wood in the south of the constituency, which was the inspiration for Tolkien's Shire in The Lord of the Rings. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, Redditch also has a rich cultural heritage. The late, great John Bonham, the drummer of Led Zeppelin, was born in Redditch. Our beautiful Palace Theatre brings us enjoyment and laughter. Reimagine Redditch is bringing creativity to our communities. And Radio 4's The Archers is said to be based on landmarks in Hanbury and Inkborough. Also, Harry Styles was born in Redditch. So I am here by today claiming him as our own. But in truth, my constituency is defined by our people who are shaping and defining our future. Before the recess, I spoke in this House to commend the work of local anti-knife crime campaigner Pete Martin a man who has dedicated his life to educating young people about the dangers of knife crime and is every day making our young people and streets safer. Lee Mackenzie is the Chief Executive Officer of the Sandycroft Centre. This award-winning community hub offers domestic abuse and mental health support and supports some of the most at-risk people in my constituency. Undoubtedly, she has saved many lives. Matt Ball arrived as the new head teacher at Ridgeway School, facing challenging circumstances. Still, his staff team delivered some of the most impressive and improved results nationwide over the summer. I think of Joe Bussey, the organiser of Redditch Carnival, the Bachelor Support Group, Karen from Inspire Services, Royal British Legion fundraiser Gethin Jones and Jerry Marsden, the Disability Support Group, the Churchill Big Local, the staff and governors of Your Ideas, and many more. They are the best of our community and we cherish their work. However, in my constituency, we faced many deep-seated challenges. I mentioned Harry Styles earlier, but the Alexandra Hospital where he was born has since lost its maternity services. Local parents are forced to travel to Worcester or Birmingham to give birth. During the election itself, when my son was struggling to breathe, I could not take him to the Alex because paediatric services have also been lost. North Worcestershire needs more than one hospital to provide these critical services, and I make no apologies for the inevitability of my repetitive interventions on this in the future. A decade ago, I stood for weeks outside supermarkets and on high streets collecting signatures against the loss of these services. Now I will use this platform to restart the debate on health services for our community. In my constituency, too many children with SEND requirements are going without the necessary provision they deserve. Families are left in desperate states as they fight for the provision their children need. I've never felt more admiration, but also anger when I listen to parents like Tracy Winchester and Karen Oakes forced to fight so hard for so many children. Backlogs should not be stopping children from having the opportunity to thrive in an education setting, and parents should not be pulled out of the workforce to ensure that this happens. We cannot leave this Parliament until the dreams and aspirations of those children are rekindled and families' lives rebuilt. As we once built a national health service in this country, we must again reaffirm our belief in cradle-to-grave healthcare and deliver a national care service that brings dignity to all. These are big challenges, but that is what the electorate sent us here to deliver. Now, I may have the honour of sitting in this place, and I cannot repeat enough my gratitude to the voters who put their trust in me, but elections are not won by individuals, they are won by teams. And after I horrifically failed to mention so many of them in my victory speech in Redditch, I'm afraid I'm going to list many of their names now. It was the dedication of Sharon, Mark, Joe, Bill, Andy, Monica, Juliet, David, Ian, Juma, Jamie, Jack, Rebecca, Hannah, Graham, Will, Saxon, they'll love that, Gary, Jane, Robin, Karen, Joanna, Julie, James and Jack Fardo, Carl, Rita, Jen, Phil, Andrea and many, many others who worked so selflessly because they believed Redditch deserved better. Madam Deputy Speaker, my politics comes from my parents. My mother, Marion, dedicated her entire working life to the NHS as an occupational therapist, rising from a poor working class family to a lecturer in her profession. I saw what happened to the NHS in the 1980s and the impact it had on her and her colleagues. My dad, Mike, worked for the BBC and was awarded a BAFTA in 1983 for editing Boys from the Black Stuff, a gritty representation about the impacts of the Thatcher government. Incidentally, this was also the year I was born, though I've never asked my father what his highlight for 1983 was. My parents taught me that their achievements were built on the support and encouragement of others. They also taught me that we have a responsibility to ensure the same chances are available to everyone in society, that everyone has the right to live their dreams and fulfil their potential if they work hard, and that there is such a thing as society. It is now common for politics and political institutions to be routinely devalued, and many of those that we represent feel that nothing can or will ever change for the better. But I still retain that sense of optimism and belief that tomorrow can be better than today, that the best days for my constituents lie ahead, and for us, if only we have the courage and vision to fight for it. Finally, I'd like to thank my beautiful little boy for understanding why Daddy has to go on the train every Monday and disappear when he should really be playing with Hot Wheels. To return to the theme of this debate, my time might be short here, but I fully intend to leave everything out on the field.
Maiden speech, Michael Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Part of me was worried that I might never be called to make my maiden speech in this chamber, following my assertion to Mr. Speaker that Eccles cakes were far superior to Chorley cakes. However, it is my sincerest hope that our mutual appreciation of Vimto will bridge any divide that exists. I'm pleased to be following an excellent maiden and educational maiden speech from my honourable friend from Redditch. I think you'll find that some of the rules you were given for your maiden might be reflected in mine. I must start my maiden speech by recording my thanks to my predecessor, Baroness Keeley of Worsley. Barbara served the people of Worsley and Eccles South, and before that Worsley, with commitment and in the true spirit of public service. She was never afraid to stand by those who put her in this place, and that is an example that I intend to follow. I am sure she will be remembered for her steadfast and tenacious support for carers and their rights, work that I have no doubt she will continue in the other place. I also want to pay tribute to my family. Their contribution to my work here for my constituents might go unnoticed by the wider world, but it will never go unappreciated by me. Any success I achieve is because I am the man my mum and dad made, and because of the foundation of love my wife and my son give me every single day. Let me turn to my constituency of Worsley and Eccles, a community I am genuinely fortunate to represent. Whilst it forms part of the wider urban area of Greater Manchester, the towns that make it up have proud histories all of their own. The industrial heritage of Worsley and Barton is on clear display to all who visit in the shape of our mills and canals, one of which is famously orange, and when I was a child I was convinced it was filled with iron brew. Eccles, which gave the world the aforementioned Eccles cake, as well as the Eccles Protector lamp, which is a proud symbol of our mining past and one that saved countless lives down in the dark on the coalface. Astley, home of the Lancashire Mining Museum, which houses the largest surviving functional winding engine in the world and is entirely run by fantastic volunteers who make a mean cup of tea on top of everything else. Earlham and Cadishead, between the banks of the Manchester Ship Canal and our beautiful and precious mossland, bringing together the urban and rural, industrial and agricultural in a way that must be preserved and protected. Boostown and Ellenbrook, home to the RHS's fifth garden, RHS Bridgewater, and well worth a visit for anyone passing our way. And Swinton, home of L.S. Lowry, who as an artist did so much to illustrate the lives of ordinary working people. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, while a community might be shaped by its place, it is formed of its people, and I truly represent the best. Never afraid to tell you what they think, sometimes at length, sometimes at loud volumes, but often with a thanks for listening at the end of it all. More than anything, it is the generosity of spirit so often on display that sets me back and gives me pause for thought. I have been fortunate enough to meet and speak with so many people who give so much of themselves and their time for the benefit of others. From the inspirational volunteers working on the Salford Families in Need Meals project, who take time to not only source, pack and distribute food, but provide recipes for families to go with it. To Val and her team, who run a support group for their peers suffering from fibromyalgia. To Anna Barrow and her husband Martin, who have spoken out on the life-changing effect MND has had on her life and whose indomitable spirit and humour will forever leave a mark on me. To Barbara, who organises a supper club with bingo and a quiz for older residents and carers on the estate, and for which I have been retired as the worst bingo caller in the world. To the young people of Salford Youth Services Nerd Club, who happily accepted me as one of their own. And finally, to all of those involved in grassroots sport right across my community, from Eccles RFC to Winton Wanderers and so many others, the good they do for our young people is immeasurable. I am proud to call this community my home, and even prouder that they have chosen me as their representative. I will always work to deliver for them in their interests. However, Should I fail in that duty, I hope it is a measure of reassurance to them to know that one amongst them will always be able to bring me to task, my mum. It's a particular kind of privilege and terror to have your own mum as your constituent. Madam Deputy Speaker, like a number of my honourable friends, I have spent most of my working life fighting for working people as a trade unionist. Having worked for the trade union Usdaw, campaigning on behalf of some of the lowest paid and least secure in our economy, this experience has left an indelible mark on me. I've come to this place excited to be part of the change that those workers and my constituents voted for at the election. Change that will deliver much-needed improvements to their lives. Whether it's the New Deal for Working People published today, making work pay and promoting work-life balance, to the real support for parents and children through action to provide available, affordable and accessible childcare, or the plan to support our communities and high streets, tackling antisocial behaviour and making us all feel safer at home. All of these measures will improve lives, and when taken together and alongside everything else this new Labour government will do, will be transformative for working people and our local communities. I would like to finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying life is too short and the scale of work we do as members of this place is too big to waste time on pettiness or games. I'm a straightforward person and have even been described as friendly. I look forward to working with everyone in this House in the interests of our respective constituents and our shared country. I aim to be as generous as a properly filled Eccles cake, as reassuring as the light of a protector lamp down in the dark, and as warm, forthright and straight-speaking as the people of my constituency. So in the spirit of cooperation, for the good of us all, and the work we do for those we represent, let me share with you all some advice my dad gave me. There's never any shame in learning from others. Never cross a picket line, and most importantly, always get your rounding.
Maiden speech, Lee Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. And can I just start off by saying that it's great to follow the member for Worsley and Eccles, and just congratulate everybody who's done their kind of maiden speeches today, because this is the first time that I've done it, which I suppose is why they're called a maiden speech. I'm proud to speak here for the first time, especially in this debate as well, where facilities in Corby were used by athletes to train for the Olympics. Kieran Riley, who lives in Corby, won silver at the BMX Freestyle, and Adrenaline Alley was the venue that he used within the constituency, a terrific venue that many use. I'm delighted to be here as the Member of Parliament for the constituency of Corby and East Northants, and I'll start off by paying respect to my predecessor, Tom Perkins, who had the honour to represent Corby and East Northants for 9 years. He became a minister during that time, and I know for a fact that he was very proud to serve his constituency. I always found him extremely constructive, extremely cordial, and I know that now, after Parliament, is looking at doing work with disabled people and looking at getting disabled people better access to work, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to work with him, because I'm now chairing an all-party parliamentary group on modernising employment, and one of the areas we're going to look at is how disabled people can access work. So I hope our paths will cross again. I also want to say to another predecessor of mine, Andy Sawford, the last Labour Member of Parliament for Corby and East Northants. He continues to be a good friend to our constituency, somebody that I seek wise counsel from. And I'm fortunate enough to say that I get that rather cheaply, because he runs a political consultancy. So if you ever ask him his opinion, it's going to cost you a lot of money. But whenever I do, I get it for free. So thanks, Andy, for being there for us as we move on. Corby and East Northamptonshire is a large constituency which I've had many years dealing with. I represented Corby's postal workers for over a decade, and I can tell you now, a finer group of workers you'll never be able to meet. My daughter Hannah was married at the wonderful venue at the Stanick Hotel, and my father was, for a time, a boot and shoe worker in the town of Raunds. Indeed, Raunds has its place in history for fighting for fair wages and good pay. Next year marks the 120th anniversary of the Raunds strike of 1905, which saw workers who made boots for the army march to Parliament to demand better pay. The War Office agreed and set a minimum rate for their job. The case for fair wages and good pay is as relevant today as it was then. Work should be the route out of poverty, not a lifetime trapped in it. Yet 40% of children living in Corby and East Northants who live in poverty have at least one parent who are working. We need to reshape the world of work so that it pays and our economy is better shaped, so it is always better to have the dignity of a job than not a job at all. And in-work poverty should be eradicated and chucked into the dustbin of history. Today we celebrate the New Deal for working people being laid before this House. That, I believe, will have the foundations to ensure that there is a better future for working people, and I want to be around to make sure that we can do that. Other parts that make up my constituency include the market town of Thrapston, which boasts its own livestock market, and I recently was delighted to join Thrapston's Mayor, Andy McGovern, at his recent service to celebrate his term of office. East Northamptonshire is also home to the town of Oundle, where I work with Oundle School and Prince William School, 2 out of 3 of an open partnership of education. Independent and state schools coming together to share their facilities and their best practices, and I'm delighted to be able to support that and to facilitate it. Corby is a town that is built on steel. Back in the day, many travelled down from Scotland as steel workers, and the steel works were built, and residents are rightly proud of their heritage, which they celebrate each year with a weekend of Highland Games and many Burns suppers. It has a proud history and a spirit which has seen them rise against any adversity that they've faced. That's why, after fighting against the steelworks closure in the 1980s, which saw over 10,000 people thrown on the dole, they rebuilt their town, they rebuilt their communities, and they wouldn't be beaten. That spirit was captured during my time on the campaign trail. I knocked at the door of a lady. She came to the door and she said, and I said, I'm standing to be your Member of Parliament at the next election. She said, that's amazing. She said, my mum would really love to meet you. Could you come back in half an hour? Because we've got guests at the minute. I said, yeah, so I went back. It turned out her mum had just stopped taking treatment for stage 4 cancer and wanted to live her days. And she said to me, she said, I want you to do 2 things. First of all, she said, always speak up for Corby. We're good people, she said, we're proud people. She said, and the second thing I want you to do is get the number 50 bus back. I said, OK. What's the number 50 bus? Well, the number 50 bus was the direct bus that went from Corby to Kettering General Hospital. And she said, when my husband was in hospital, she said, that was my lifeline to get to see him. She goes, and I want it back. Anyway, I'm going to pop round to see her daughter, because on the 2nd of November, the number 50 bus is back. It'll take people directly from Corby to Kettering General. The only thing that they can't do is give us the number 50 back. It's now called the number 2, because the number 50 goes to Peterborough, and apparently it'd cost money to get the number back. But I think the principle has now been established. I've spent my adult life representing working people. From the start, when I took on an apprenticeship in the Royal Mail, and I joined my union, the Communication Workers Union. A lot of people talk about their schooling, their university, their training. Well, the CWU was my schooling, was my university, was my training, and without a shadow of a doubt, I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for them. And the journey here has been somewhat interesting, to say the least. It started in the back of a taxi with me and Francis O'Grady talking about the importance of working class people entering our politics, because we was on our way to the funeral of Jack Dromey a dear friend to this place, to this party, and to our movement. And I want to place on record my thanks to the TUC for what they did for me in supporting me during my time as the candidate. So it went from the back of a taxi with Francis to driving around Corby and a Vauxhall with Eamon Norton and Mark Pengelly, trying to knock on the doors of about 600 Labour Party members to convince them that I was the candidate they should all vote for. I mean, anyway, we did the best we could. I became the candidate, and now I represent that constituency. I know it's not going to be easy to do that. I'm determined to make a difference. There are issues that I want to get involved with and want to see changes to. A difference that I want to see in the world of work by making sure that work really does pay and is a route out of poverty. I want to make a difference to give a voice for so many families with children with special educational needs who are being denied the basic right to education. And every child has the right to education, and special educational means should not mean that you're denied that fundamental right. And I also want to talk as well about dignity in dying, which we're going to discuss. But there's another aspect to it. It's illegal in this country to sack a worker when they've got a terminal diagnosis on the grounds of capability. That is fundamentally wrong. We need to close that loophole, and we need to make sure that the last thing people worry about when they've got a diagnosis like that is the future of their job. We shouldn't be treating people like that, and we need to make the changes accordingly. The last thing I'd like to do is to thank my family for their support. I'm a proud father, grandfather, son and brother to a family that's always been strong in values, principles, and I thank them all. My mum couldn't be part of this journey here with me because she died several years ago. But I want to say her name, Patricia Eileen Lillian Barron, because now I've said her name, they'll write it down, it'll be in Hansard, no one can erase it, and a bit of her's going to live forever. And I'm proud to be able to do that. We've much to do to make the change we need to give people back a future they can once again look forward to. And I, for one, will do all I can to make it happen. Our unity is our strength, our solidarity, that is how we'll get there, and I intend to make the most of the time I have in this place.
Now call Joni Reid to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to deliver my maiden speech. Can I begin by congratulating the honourable members for Corby and East Northamptonshire, Worsley and Eccles and Redditch, all of whom spoke with such passion and commitment about their constituencies. And I hope that the people of Corby have many happy celebrations on the 2nd of November when the number 2/50 bus comes back into service. It truly is an honour to serve the people of East Kilbride and Straven. None of us are in this house by right. We propose ourselves, but it is the voters who dispose. The people are the masters of our fate, and all of us have a duty of trust and a responsibility to work hard, and I am determined to repay the trust placed in me by representing my constituents to the very best of my ability. In that spirit, may I pay tribute to my predecessor, Dr. Lisa Cameron. Building on her long-standing career as an NHS psychologist, she did much good work in this place to improve the lives of her constituents. I wish too to pay tribute to the hard work and dedication of my two Labour predecessors, Michael McCann and particularly Adam Ingram, who served this constituency for 23 years. I have been fortunate enough to have had many sources of inspiration and support throughout my career, the very first of whom was the late, great Tessa Jowell. Without her political tenacity, her vision and the ability to bring people together, we would never have delivered the 2012 Olympic Games, the greatest sporting event this country has seen in a generation. Tessa recognised the power sport can play in genuinely inspiring and uniting people, communities and countries. My constituency is home to a thriving sporting sector, both professional and grassroots, including Scotland's only professional basketball team, the Caledonian the Caledonian Gladiators, and my personal favourite, the Claremont Colts, a disability football team for young adults which provides dignity, a sense of belonging and good old-fashioned fun. The unprecedented growth of women's football has brought me great delight in recent years, but surely the catalyst for this was Gregory's Girl, a trailblazing film about women's football and played by East Kilbride born and bred actress Dee Hepburn. East Kilbride itself is believed to be taking its name from a woman, in fact the patron saint of Ireland, Bridget of Kildare, who is believed to have performed healing miracles. There's nothing to actually suggest that Bridget ever visited Scotland, but in East Kilbride we can say that she visited us, and we've paid her a pretty good tribute through the town that we have built. East Kilbride is Scotland's first new town, built in the post-war era to accommodate the overspill from Glasgow, offering an escape from dire overcrowding and squalid conditions in Glasgow's infamous tenements. East Kilbride quickly became a symbol of progress, a place where working families could find not just homes, but communities, opportunity and a future. Its modern architecture, parks and green spaces have made it a model of post-war urban planning. East Kilbride may have delivered a new start for many Glaswegians, but folk there did not leave the city's famous humanity and defiance of injustice behind when they quit those tenements. One of the most powerful statements of solidarity that this country has ever seen was made by a group of engineers from East Kilbride's Rolls-Royce factory. Ordinary people risked their livelihoods to defy the Chilean dictatorship in 1974 by refusing to repair the engines that had been used to destroy the country's democratic government. There was no violence, no hatred, just the power of working people standing together. Only a few weeks ago, one of the engineers who led this action, Bob Fulton, died at the age of 101, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to him and his legacy, which will live on. Straven was also home to another Scottish revolutionary, James Purley Wilson, a prominent figure in the radical movement seeking electoral reform. Although East Kilbride is home to 80% of my constituents, it only accounts for 20% of its landmass. The rural communities of Stonehouse, Glassford, Chapelton, Sandford and Aldhouse all have distinctive features and a unique community spirit. Straven, with its historic market town charm, offers a different yet equally essential contribution to the character of my constituency. If Kilbride is a name with Gaelic origins, Straven has even older with Brythonic roots. Today, it exemplifies the deep-rooted sense of shared history that goes through my constituency and Scotland as a whole. It reminds us that we must do all we can to support our rural communities to overcome the many challenges they also face. During the election campaign, when I was out knocking doors on the doorsteps of East Kilbride and Straven, nobody ever asked me for a miracle that only St Bridget could deliver. It isn't miracles that people sought, it's just the basics. Public services that work, jobs that pay, a safe and warm home, and maybe even just enough cash at the end of the week to get a takeaway. These conversations have stayed with me since, and they will continue to be at the forefront of my mind while I serve in this place. Other things that have struck me, emphasised by the civil disorder that we saw over the summer. Across this House, we share serious concerns about the rise of hate, whether it be anti-Semitism, Islamophobia or misogyny, that has infected far too much of our public discourse in recent years, particularly in social media. I intend to dedicate much of my time here working cross-party to address the alarming upsurge of racism and bigotry online, particularly in my work as chair of the APPG against anti-Semitism. Inspired by the Rolls-Royce workers decades ago, we can come together and say, "Ne passaran, you shall not pass." To push back, to defeat hate, we must have hope. But the hope must be real, it must be based on realism rather than idealism or indeed miracles. There is no contradiction between a politics that is realistic and a politics that is hopeful. Indeed, we've all had we've all had enough false hope in the last few years. I believe in what the Australian leader Ben Chifley called a shining city on a hill. But I also believe that we need a clear plan on how to get there and to be honest about how long it might take. Responsible and effective government doesn't undermine real hope in our communities, it underpins it. And so, to the people in the communities of East Kilbride and Straven, thank you once again for placing your hope and trust in me.
Maiden speech, Danny Beales.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to follow such wonderful speeches from right across the House today, particularly the previous members for Corby and East Northamptonshire and East Kilbride and Straven. I thought Uxbridge and South Ruislip was a tongue twister, but I think I might have been slightly outdone by my previous honourable friends. I want to say thank you as well to the people of Uxbridge and South Ruislip for their perseverance. They've waited even longer than I've waited to do my maiden speech for a Labour MP. And I remember meeting one gentleman who returned from war, voted for the first time on the Navy ship back to South Ruislip in 1945, telling me that he'd voted then for the first time for Labour and every single election since. And whilst he was delighted to see the 1945 Labour government returned and the great things that he did, he unfortunately never subsequently saw a Labour MP in South Ruislip until today. It's always a privilege and an honour to represent the communities that we are born in, that we grow up in and we live, but perhaps even more so when it initially seems like it might not happen. 6 weeks, as I'm sure colleagues know, feels like a long campaign. Well, trust me, 2.5 years of campaigning certainly feels like a lifetime. But this did give me the opportunity to speak to thousands of my constituents in every corner of my constituency. I want to pay tribute firstly to my predecessor, Steve Tuckwell. He worked incredibly hard in the 10 months that he was our Member of Parliament. And it's in the spirit of focusing on what unites us, I have to say Steve and I have more in common than you might initially imagine. We were both born in Hillingdon Hospital. We attended local schools. We even lived on the same street in South Ruislip, the street my grandparents called home for many years. And one of the first questions I'm often asked is, do I share his love of fish and chips, and will I continue his infamous campaign for a new chippy in Uxbridge? Well, I must admit this is one place we slightly differ, and I will defer to him in his leadership of the fish and chip shop campaign. And whilst the campaign certainly created a few headlines, Uxbridge and South Ruislip is no stranger to news headlines. Arguably, it's one of the most canvassed, media-interviewed constituencies in the country. At points, it's been hard for my constituents to walk down Uxbridge High Street without a journalist asking them their opinions about a former Prime Minister or the latest UK political drama. I'm hoping that the next 4 years will be just as busy, but slightly less dramatic for my constituents than the previous 4 years. And although we don't share the same party affiliation, it must be said that Lord Randall of Uxbridge left big shoes to fill as a constituency MP. And I do hope that I can build and replicate his reputation of being a hard-working and dedicated constituency MP. But Uxbridge and South Ruislip is not defined by any one issue or any one former political representative. Instead, by its rich heritage, its hard-working and aspirational communities, and its potential. It's a diverse place. Indeed, the contributions of its diverse communities are nothing new. I remember growing up, the Polish War Memorial standing in South Ruislip, a testament to the contribution that people coming to our country have made throughout our history and continue to make today. And the memorial commemorates just some of the many service personnel who joined the UK war effort to fight fascism and to defend the values of democracy and liberalism. And over the summer, we've been reminded again that those values can never be taken for granted. Still today, my constituency is home to many of our amazing armed forces. It's a long and proud history of RAF Northolt of being the heart of the Royal Air Force, and our service personnel are amongst the very best of us. I've met far too many service families who've been let down without the right support or decent housing, and I want to be an MP that will champion them and their families, and I look forward to learning more about the RAF in the Parliamentary Armed Forces scheme this year. Uxbridge and South Ruislip is also a place of innovation, of enterprise. It's home to wonderful schools, to Uxbridge College with its new collaboration with MIT, and to Brunel University. It's home to businesses big and small, and I'm committed to working with them to ensure their opportunities to grow are realised and the potential for good local jobs are realised. Uxbridge and South Ruislip is also a place powered by the hard work of volunteers. From groups I've met already, such as the Salvation Army, the amazing volunteers at the Harefield Community Centre, Shop Mobility, the Hillingdon Litter Pickers, you could go on. Many groups I've met, however, have struggled in recent years with local government cuts which have come to bite, and I hope to do all I can to support and to champion them in the years ahead. And as we debate today the value of UK support on the international scale and the amazing achievements of our Paralympians such as Natasha Baker, the multiple medal-winning dressage champion from Cowley, and Michael Sharkey from Hillingdon, it's also important we recognise that whilst Uxbridge is not home to the biggest sporting clubs, the biggest stadiums, it is home to the very best of British grassroots sport, again powered by communities and by volunteers. We're the adopted home of Wilston Football Club, which, through member donations alone and fan power, has grown and shown the way for fan-led football across this country. And I'm determined to work with them to secure their future with a long-term and sustainable home. As with many towns and cities across our great nation, the NHS is right at the heart of our community, with many heroic doctors, nurses, care workers from right across the globe. And I am committed to pressing for the urgent investment in healthcare that we need, as well as a new Hillingdon hospital, which is desperately needed. Our area is rich in nature, with beautiful lakes, canals, rivers and countryside. It's both the edge of this great city, but also the gateway to the Colne Valley. Having met with the Hearts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust and the Colne Valley Regional Park, it's clear that we can and should do more to enhance our beautiful green spaces. I believe there's an opportunity to deliver the house building we desperately need and also ensure the benefits are felt locally and that we enhance our nature-rich spaces. It must be said, though, despite being pleasant and green and welcoming, Hillingdon is also a place where life chances are not equal. Far too many people are struggling to make ends meet, and the public services they desperately need have been cut away. Far too many of the emails I receive, like many colleagues in this House, are parents struggling to get an EHCP and the support they need for their children at school. Section 21 evictions, extortionate leaseholder charges, damp, mould, disrepair, homelessness, evictions, on and on it goes. For me, these stories are all too familiar. They were my childhood. Experiencing homelessness twice, having the bailiffs knocking at the front door, the emergency credit running down on the meter. These experiences opened my eyes to the importance of politics, to the importance of this place. Growing up, I was desperate to see change in my community and in my country. It's never seemed to me fair that working 2 jobs, my mum was still unable to pay our bills. I felt strongly as I do today, and as other members have said, that hard work should always pay, that working hard should mean you can afford a safe, dry and decent home, and that every child should have the opportunity for a great education. I believe these are the values that unite the vast majority of us in this country and in Uxbridge and South Ruislip, of hard work, of playing by the rules and of equal opportunities to succeed. Despite these struggles, I've always been hugely appreciative of everyone who supported me, encouraged me and made today possible. There's far too many people to mention individually. I'm not going to do what my colleague in Redditch did and have a long list of many people and forget some. But I'll just say, I want to thank my friends, my family, in particular my mum, who is in the audience today, who sacrificed so much to give me the chance to stand here today. To my former teachers, former colleagues and former councillors. My 10-year period in local government was an incredible opportunity and a privilege, allowing me to build the next generation of council homes, to hand over keys to families and to see their faces light up. But during this time it was clear to me that local action would never be enough. The challenges in the housing sector require national action. We need to deliver millions more homes across this country, and I welcome this government's commitment to do this, as well as to develop a homelessness strategy. During my professional career in the health sector, I worked to ensure new diabetes technologies were available on the NHS and to reduce new HIV transmissions. I've seen time and time again the need to modernise and improve our health system, so it generally puts the needs of the patient first, but it promotes good health as much as it treats ill health, and these are the challenges I also look forward to playing my part on in the months and years ahead. To finish, as I started, The journey from homelessness to the House of Commons is one not too often made, but I want to ensure that I do my bit so that every child in this country can follow in my footsteps here today, that no one is held back by the experience of homelessness in our country. I thank everyone who in some way has supported me. I thank the voters of Uxbridge and South Ruislip who've returned me as their first Labour MP, and I want to reiterate to them, in me you have a local champion, a national voice, someone working tirelessly for you to deliver our hospital, improve our schools and our high streets, and to tackle our housing crisis, and to ensure that we have even more to be proud of in Uxbridge and South Ruislip. Thank you very much.
Tom Hayes to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to speak today as the first ever Labour MP for Bournemouth East. It's an honour to speak as one of 2 Labour MPs for Bournemouth, and it's an honour to speak as one of many first-time Labour MPs in coastal seats won for the first time, working with our first Labour government for 14 years. I'm delighted to follow such fantastic maiden speeches by so many friends and colleagues from all parties and all parts of our country. Listening to these speeches, it's clear that we have an amazing country with so many brilliant places to live, visit and work. But I must regrettably, lamentably and unhappily disagree with some of these wonderful maiden speeches, because Bournemouth alone, and Bournemouth truly, is the best place in our country. And to the point of this debate, we have an outstanding variety of sports, including a Premiership League team, the Cherries, but moreover we have Queen's Park ladies, who hit the headlines 6 months ago for winning a league dominated by boys' teams without losing a single match. While many will rightly know and love Bournemouth for our sunshine, our sandy beaches and sparkling sea, what truly makes Bournemouth so special is our fantastic people. And I'm honoured to have personally spoken with so many of them on their doorsteps, in their community halls, in my surgery appointments, to have listened to their stories, to have seen their hopes, and to be entrusted with all they want for the future. I share their hopes and I will work tirelessly to help turn them into reality. Working together, I'm convinced that there is nothing Bournemouth cannot do and will not achieve. We're already the home of world-leading film, TV, music and video effects. Indeed, if you're a Bridgeton fan, and why would you not be, you would be able to see some of the scenes in Bridgeton that were made in Bournemouth by our video effects companies. We're also the home of outstanding healthcare training, with Health Sciences University, Bournemouth University and Bournemouth and Poole College, educating the nurses and doctors of the future. Indeed, our local college is opening a second simulated hospital ward to train school leavers and adults for vital careers in the health and care sectors. And while many will know Bournemouth for our hospitality and our education sectors, we're also an important finance hub and home to growing life sciences, digital and green sectors. Indeed, our development of Bournemouth's ability to generate clean energy, store it and power so many of the things that we rely upon is a passion of mine and many others in our town. Having spent 10 years in local government with a particular focus on driving forward decarbonisation, I bring strong experience of delivery and will fight to bring green investments to our town so that we thrive now and for decades to come. And the strength of our society is measured in its capacity to deal with shocks, and we've seen plenty of these in recent years. But it's also measured in our ability to maintain our values. And caring equally for the health of all, regardless of income and background, is a fundamental expression of these values. When I was growing up in the late 80s and early 90s as a young carer to 2 disabled parents and low incomes, I learned that the first to suffer when our NHS is cut back are those with the greatest vulnerability and the smallest amount of money. Equally, I saw that the people who flourish when the NHS is reformed and sustainably funded as it was by the last Labour government are people like my parents. In good times and bad for our health service, I have seen what our NHS meant to my parents and the security it gave them despite all the harsh blows that life dealt them. Healthcare is a marker of who we are, and I will play my part in supporting my local community to receive the care they deserve, and I will play my part in supporting our carers to receive the investment and backing they need. I feel blessed by my upbringing in Salford. I know that life is more than a zero-sum game, in which what you gain, I lose. When teachers stayed late after the school day to give me the education I needed, they did not see my gain as their loss. When nurses and doctors went so many extra miles to count to care for my family, they did not regard my family's gain as their loss. When family members and neighbours wrapped their arms around me and nourished me and cared for me, they did not regard our gain as their loss. These kind, generous people gave so much of themselves because they wanted a young boy and his parents to have a better life. They believed, like me, that life is about enlarging the flourishing, the care and the love in our world, and that's why I'm here in this place. I have served as a councillor for 10 years, as a domestic abuse and mental health charity chief executive for 5 years, and I'm here today because I believe, like those who cared for me and those I learned from, that we must never lose hope and never lose sight of our ambition to make this country a fairer and more equal society. As William Blake wrote, "Pity would be no more if we did not make somebody poor." Poverty is a systemic issue that needs big solutions. Houses need building, healthcare needs re-establishing, education needs resurrecting. This is how we will make Bournemouth and Britta better and fairer. These are my values, these are the values of Bournemouth. Our town can and will do amazing things for the enduring benefit of generations to come, and I pledge to stand alongside my neighbours in making Bournemouth better. I have only been in this house for a short time, but already it is abundantly clear to me that this Parliament is made up of people with overflowingly strong values. And one such person who served in this place with such values is my predecessor as MP, Tobias Elwood. Tobias was committed to the defence of our realms in difficult and unpredictable times. He heroically tried to save the life of PC Keith Palmer in the terror attack on our Parliament, and I pay tribute to PC Keith Palmer's heroism and to Tobias's service, and I wish him well for the future. Yeah. We all take our approaches to service differently. My own approach is best summed up by a song that my late father loved. I won't try and sing it, but the lyrics are these. We can work it out. We can work it out. Life is very short, and there's no time for fussing and fighting, my friend. We've got a country to put right. There's no time for dithering and delay. There's no time for theatre and drama. It's time to get on with things. And in that spirit, I look forward to working together cross-party to shape the change that all of us will bring with this new government and this new Parliament. Finally, I will work tirelessly every day to ensure everyone in Bournemouth East gets the very best, because that's what they deserve. It's what our town deserves. I dedicate this speech to my brother Joseph and my mother Diane, who are watching from home in Salford. I also dedicate it to the memory of my father, Richard Hayes, who I know is always with me. I owe them more than I could ever say. Thank you.
Yeah. Jim Dixon. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I pay tribute to that moving speech from the Honourable Member for Bournemouth East, and actually pay tribute to all the amazing maiden speeches we've heard this afternoon. I particularly want to associate myself with the words of the Honourable Member for East Kilbride and Strabane when she paid tribute to Tessa Jowell, who was also an inspiration to me. And I know that she, like others, would want to offer their congratulations to the GB Olympic and Paralympic teams and to the Three Lions squad too, not only for their successful performance at this year's Paris Games and in Germany, but also for the inspiration they provide to people across our country and beyond to explore their own potential for sporting achievement, physical activity and well-being, and enabling them to unlock in themselves the life-changing satisfaction of competing, staying healthy and being part of a wider grassroots sporting community. I'd also like to offer my congratulations to Liam McGarry from Dartford,
for his fine achievement in taking 5th place in the 107 kg powerlifting at the Paralympics and showing us the greatest example of someone who strives to be the best he can in his discipline. I'd also like to praise, like others have done, the role of the National Lottery for their continued investment in our Olympic and Paralympic athletes. It's truly the case, and the evidence to support this is absolutely clear, that the funding provided has transformed UK performance in the Olympics and Paralympics and other international competition since the days of underachievement pre-2000. It's critical that we see this government working in partnership with sporting bodies build on this success and help transform the UK as the newly reformed all-party parliamentary group on sport and physical activity, brilliantly supported by the Sport and Recreation Alliance, is calling for, and I'd just like to briefly pay tribute to the amazing chairship of that APPG by the member for Spen Valley over many years, but they are calling for the UK to become the most physically active nation in Europe, and it's really important that we get behind that call. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we shouldn't be starting from this point where school sport for 90% of our population has been decimated over the past 14 years, meaning that almost a third of children and young people are now inactive. And we shouldn't be starting from a point where children and young people from the least affluent families remain the least active and are falling further behind, or a point where over a third of adults are not meeting the Chief Medical Officer's minimum requirement for physical activity, with obesity and cardiovascular disease as the inevitable result. There are so many reasons why becoming a more active nation is vital for our country's future. We can reduce the burden on the NHS by cutting spending on preventable disease by £1 billion a year, and more importantly, take up the challenge laid out by the Secretary of State for Health, that we shift the focus from treating disease to preventing it, moving from being an increasingly unwell population to a healthier, happier and more prosperous one as a result. And in that we must categorically include mental health and the huge well-being benefits to individuals from being fit and active, calculated at £71 billion per year, but in reality priceless to the individuals concerned. And as someone who served in local government for many years, leading public health programmes to tackle health inequalities, I can vouch for the power of sport and physical activity to reach those who public services sometimes find it very hard to support, and promote attainment, inclusion and, above all, good health. To make these transformative steps forward a reality, we need, amongst other things, to protect public and national lottery funding for grassroots community sport, recreation and physical activity, so that the sector can continue to focus efforts on driving up participation, supporting its volunteers and reducing inequalities. We need to incentivise growth in participation by simplifying and enhancing the tax and giving for sports clubs, gyms, pools and leisure centres. And we need a new long-term joined-up plan to give every child 60 minutes a day of sport and play, and we need to boost our workforce with locally led skills development which aligns with education provision, employee needs, local health and wellbeing and economic priorities. Madam Deputy Speaker, let's build on the amazing legacy of our elite sports teams and the huge commitment of our grassroots sports infrastructure, like in my constituency, Dartford Football Club, Dartford Valley Community Rugby Club, Dartford Cricket Club, and our great basketball clubs, the Sharks and the Tigers, as well as Dartford Central Park Run, which has just celebrated its 10-year anniversary. Let's give our huge commitment to these grassroots sporting organisations to transform the UK into the fit, active, healthy country we can and need to become.
Yeah. Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I say, what an uplifting day it's been in the Chamber. So many personal and impassioned maiden speeches. It's been a pleasure to listen to so many of them. I want to try and keep spirits high because I believe, without doubt, that we live in the greatest elite sporting nation in the world. The Lionesses, the current Euros champions. England's cricketers, who just today, in the last few hours, have set the 4th highest test score on record, and that's in 140 years of our great game, and are well on their way to a historic victory in Pakistan. Our Olympians through the ages, from Steve Redgrave to Chris Hoy, from Jessica Ennis-Hill to Keely Hodgkinson. And one of our own from Welwyn Hatfield, Louise Fiddis, the gold medalist in the 100-metre breaststroke in the SB14 classification in the Paris Paralympics just a few months ago. A big part of an astonishing Team GB success. There is inspiration wherever you look, but success at the elite level is, I fear, not translating into grassroots participation at the scale we would all hope to see. Compared to our European neighbours, we're an inactive nation. Almost a third of children and young adults do less than 30 minutes of physical activity every week. And it won't come as a surprise that it's families from lower socioeconomic groups that are being left behind in their physical education and development. It's our job in this place to work with our communities to champion active lifestyles and maximise the opportunity for all to get involved. For the joy of the game, of the sport, but for the future of our public health too. Physical inactivity is tragically associated with 1 in 6 deaths. And the Secretary of State is absolutely right when he says that our NHS needs to shift from treating sickness to prevention. By becoming a more active nation, we can cut spending on preventable disease by £1 billion every year. Get this right, and the prize is a healthier and wealthier country. Madam Deputy Speaker, sport also has a unique power to bring communities together. As a very amateur cricketer, one of the joys of the game has been the chance to play against and alongside people from a host of different backgrounds and lived experiences. And in the last couple of months, that even extends to playing with Conservative MPs in the Lords and Commons Cricket Club. But there is a serious point here. The Sports and Recreation Alliance has found that 68% of people believe that community sports clubs and groups play a crucial role in fostering a sense of community in their area. There are in our country a small number of people who seek to drive a wedge between communities. We saw that this summer with the appalling scenes of violence and disorder. Sport is part of the antidote, a means to bring people together from all walks of life. In my constituency, from Birchwood playing fields in Hatfield to Welwyn Garden City Cricket Club in Knightsfield in Welwyn Garden City, I'll take every opportunity to champion sport and physical activity, and I hope to be a small part of a collective national effort. Sorry, Australia, but we are the greatest elite sporting nation on the planet. Now let's set the objective of being the most active nation in the world too. Thank you.
Jonathan Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to add my thanks to all those who have given their maiden speeches today. Each spoke with passion and commitment for their constituents and the communities to which they have been elected to serve. I also want to add my congratulations to the Team GB and Paralympic GB athletes for the summer, the golden summer of sporting excellence to which they treated us, and for how that brought our communities together. The commitment and sacrifices these sportsmen and women make is inspiring. And too often we do not give them adequate recognition, so I'm really pleased that we're having this debate today. It's vital that we ensure that the talent pipeline to sporting excellence is robust and inclusive, so that anybody with the talent and commitment to succeed in sport can do so. Their success adds billions of pounds to the UK economy, brings whole communities together, and inspires those of us who will never compete at an elite level to participate in physical activity for the sake of our own health and well-being. Local authorities have a key role to play in ensuring this continues. They run leisure centres, swimming pools, provide parks and open spaces where people can exercise. They manage bowling greens, tennis courts and football pitches, and they organise initiatives where people can undertake physical activity to improve their health and tackle loneliness. This is essential to reducing pressure on the NHS and helping people to make healthy lifestyle choices to help them enjoy more years of good health, both physical and mental. Leisure centres and sporting facilities councils provide are also essential to ensuring young people of all backgrounds who have the potential to reach the highest sporting levels can hone their craft. However, sport must not be just for those with the recourse to pay, but opportunities for young people to begin their journey to being a sporting hero, and opportunities for those of us who are looking to participate in sports and fitness activities for our health, are undermined by the draconian cuts and rising costs local authorities have faced over more than the last decade. As a whole, councils face a 27% real terms cut in their core spending power since 2010. Meanwhile, their challenges, the costs, the commitments which they must make have risen significantly. Leisure centres and sporting facilities are discretionary services. Councils do not have a legal responsibility to provide them. And in the face of councils having to constantly mitigate the risk of financial meltdown, often these have been the first services to have been reduced, subject to increased charges for users, or closed altogether. This is an appalling situation which is storing up problems for people's health and well-being, as well as for the future sporting prowess of our nation. Despite this, many councils are finding a way forward to protect their sport and leisure provision. This includes Amber Valley Borough Council, which went above and beyond to save Belper Leisure Centre from closure in my constituency last year. And I'm pleased that the Labour manifesto commits the new government to providing greater stability to local authorities by giving them multi-year funding settlements and ending wasteful competitive bidding. But I also encourage ministers to work with the NHS, integrated care partnerships and integrated care boards to promote the value of what councils can offer and encourage the NHS to maximise the benefit of social prescribing. When councils partner with the NHS, there are benefits for all. Council services become more resilient and people benefit from better health. There is so much for the new government to do, but I'm confident that once it has got the economy back on track, after years of mismanagement and wasteful spending, more can be done. Thank you.
Bayo Alabo.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I firstly want to commend and thank all the brilliant maiden speeches. It'd be remiss of me not to say, not to sort of draw on the speech from the Honourable Member from West Bromwich. This month is Black History Month. If you're like me of a certain vintage, West Bromwich Albion in the 70s produced an amazing football team that was barnstorming, and it had three brilliant, graceful and very talented footballers that were at the pinnacle of that team. The late Laurie Cunningham, the late Cyril Regis and Brendan Batson. I would also like to add my congratulations to our Olympians and Paralympians. They've done our country proud, and all the comments earlier today have justified that. Having been a community ambassador for the London 2012 Olympics myself, I understand the Olympic message and the vision and what it brings to people and communities. It inspires and uplifts communities and indeed nations. But I also want to sort of talk and pay tribute to ATF, a grassroots organisation which works across South Essex, including my constituency in Southend, East and Rochford. ATF are doing fantastic work using sport to bring people together, to heal communities and divide work with people at risk of exclusion. ATF is testament to the power sport can have in transforming people's lives, particularly those who have had run-ins with the criminal justice system. Madam Deputy Speaker, since my election in Southend, East and Rochford, there's been multiple incidents of knife crime and machete crimes on the high streets within my community. It is scary for many of us and an issue left unaddressed that can have detrimental, if not fatal, consequences. So, sport so often is the point of intervention for young people, equipping them with the life skills such as determination, teamwork, and can dramatically increase well-being. It is an opportunity for young people to be brought back into the fold. I saw this myself as an amateur football manager. I was part of the leadership team in a large amateur football club, one of the largest in Europe, in fact. And at Old Parliamentarians Football Club, we often supported and nurtured young people from within the community, and we would ensure that they came into a particular football team and we supported them. And often some of these young players had troubled past, or they were in the wrong sort of networks. And so that sort of network that football gave them, being in a team with positive people, with different types of people, helped shape their lives. And that was through grassroots sports. So for me, it's an honour to pay tribute to the success of Team GB and to highlight the importance of local grassroots organisations such as ATF, using sport to reduce crime and antisocial behaviour, offering young people a second chance. Thank you.
Julie Minns.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I just add my warm congratulations to everyone for an excellent debate this afternoon, but in particular to welcome the maiden speech from my honourable friend from Bournemouth East. I am sure his family watching at home in Salford will have been extremely proud to have listened today. I'd also like to add to the remarks of my honourable friend, the member for Welland Hatfield, in congratulating the England cricket team on their outstanding performance today. I think it's worth also recording our congratulations to England's Joe Root, who yesterday overtook Alistair Cook to become England's leading run scorer in Test cricket. I think we should also congratulate Root's teammate Harry Brook on his triple century against Pakistan today, before he was cruelly caught on 317 when he was arguably just beginning to get his eye in. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's fair to say that having hung up my hockey stick and put down my squash racket several years ago, my enjoyment of sport has been, by and large, been that of an enthusiastic spectator. It was therefore a genuine honour to meet the inspirational Olympians Rebecca Adlington and Tessa Sanderson at a Women in Sport event earlier this week. Women in Sport are this year celebrating their 40th birthday. Established in 1984, at the heart of Women in Sport lies a deep understanding of the needs of women and girls in relation to sport and a passion to address the stubborn gender inequalities that still exist. Today, as we celebrate sport, it is worth reminding ourselves that the right for women to compete and play at the highest levels of sport is often hard-won and all too recently won as well. It's just over 50 years since the FA lifted the ban on women playing football at official football grounds. It's only 40 years since women were allowed to compete in the Olympic marathon. And it's less than 30 years since the first professional boxing match between women was sanctioned in the UK. As we congratulate women in sport on their 40th birthday, I urge members on all sides of the House to reassert our commitment to equality of opportunity in sport, to challenging messaging that young girls are fragile, weak, and do not like competition, and instead to reinforce the expectation that girls can be courageous, powerful, and fearless in their own way, and are expected to be and can be good at sport. Last Sunday marked World Cerebral Palsy Day, and I was privileged to be invited to join the students of the William Howard Secondary School in my constituency, not only to mark the day, but to welcome back to the school a former pupil and Paralympian shot put star, Anna Nicholson. Anna was diagnosed with cerebral palsy at a young age and was first introduced to field events by William Howard's former head of PE, Lenny Miller, who incidentally is also the father of another great Cumbrian athlete, the hammer-throwing star Nick Miller. Anna, like Nick, began her athletics career at Carlisle's Sheepmount, an athletics facility that is home to the mighty Border Harriers and will soon be the home of a new training ground of Carlisle United. What the Blues might currently lack in form on the pitch, we more than make up for with the enthusiasm of our fans, with home crowds regularly exceeding 7,000, a reminder of the unifying power of sport. Returning to Anna. Having been encouraged at school, Anna began competing in 2011. She was one of the over 200-strong Team GB that competed in Tokyo Paralympics, where she placed 6th. But this summer, in Paris, Anna went 3 places better, bringing home a bronze medal in the F35 shot put. Listening to Anna at William Howard School last week, I couldn't help but notice the huge impact her words had on disabled and non-disabled pupils alike. Because Anna isn't just the holder of a Paralympic bronze medal, she is also a chemical engineer and enjoys a successful career in the car production industry. It's therefore absolutely right that Anna's self-proclaimed superpower is to do anything she believes in. Anna isn't the only former pupil of William Howard School to have competed at Olympic and Paralympic level. Having won a gold in the 2019 European Games in Minsk, Lauren Smith went on to compete in Tokyo before she was knocked out in the quarterfinals. But the joy and success of sport transcends the winning of medals. It can be found in the walking netball that's run at the brilliant Kirith Community Centre in my constituency. A centre that this week celebrated 90 years of community activity. From boxing to ladies that lift to keep fit with cake, Kirith is a community centre that genuinely offers something for every member of our community. The joy of sport can also be found in the villages of North Cumbria, like Wetherall, where the village hall offers locals Pilates, pickleball and swing fit. And it's to be found in the Cumbria Wheelchair Sports Club, where disabled people can play tennis, basketball and bocce. So as we rightly celebrate the performance of Team GB and Paralympics GB this summer, let us also celebrate the school staff, the amateur coaches, the teachers, the parents and the volunteers who week in and week out give their time to support grassroots sport across all of our constituencies.
Andy McNay.
Speaker, and it is a true pleasure to follow all the wonderful maiden speeches today and to hear that shared commitment to service and community. It really is inspiring, and once again I feel incredibly proud to be part of this intake. And I'm also very aware that there is a danger at speaking at the end of a debate of repetition, and I apologise in advance for any that may happen. But I will manage one fresh statistic. Root and Brooks partnership of 454, the highest ever in English cricket, which is remarkable. But I'm so pleased to have this opportunity to speak in this debate and to congratulate and take pride in the wonderful achievements of our Olympic team. My sport's climbing, and so I must especially congratulate Toby Roberts for his amazing gold in sport climbing. It was a brilliant competition and, at risk of a pun, gripping to the very end. And just a wonderful day for the sport. Back in the day when I worked at the British Mountaineering Council and for a period oversaw the competition programme, we never imagined even the possibility of getting into the Olympics. And it's amazing how far our sport has come. But it's not the only new Olympic sport that is inspiring a new generation. Mountain biking, BMX, skateboard and even surfing are now on a summer programme and offer a whole new set of opportunities for involvement in a sporting life. There really is now a sport for everyone. And there can be no doubt as to the power of inspiration provided by our great British athletes, nor of the power for sport for good, be that its positive impact on mental health and physical health, educational outcomes, social mobility, crime and antisocial behaviour, or just plain well-being. The evidence is comprehensive and undeniable. Indeed, the excellent 2023 report Healthy Britain by my honourable friend, the member from Spen Valley, makes the case and solutions crystal clear. And yet for so many young people, the spark of inspiration once lit, is allowed to go out all too easily. Whilst we enjoy the success of our GB athletes, we must recognise that 14 years of austerity has decimated local leisure services and sporting facilities, meaning that for all too many, there is nowhere to go to pursue a sporting dream or even just an active life. Whilst we rightly invest in athletes to provide inspiration and in exemplary facilities for progression, we too often forget those first steps into an active sporting life and the facilities and the coaches that enable them. And it's these facilities, these very facilities, that have felt the full force of austerity. As someone who had the leisure portfolio at my local authority for 8 years, I've seen the amazing work that councils and leisure trusts have done to maintain any sort of leisure provision at all, whilst being hit by cut after cut. But despite these best efforts, too many swimming pools and leisure centres have closed. And of those that remain, 2/3 of facilities, including all of those in my constituency of Rosendale and Darwin, are past their lifespan and at risk of closure or reduced services. Players are overgrown, pitches are waterlogged and so on, and the consequences are there for all to see. Despite our amazing medal success, we remain a relatively inactive nation. And we have heard these stats before, but they bear repetition. With over 1/3 of adults not meeting the Chief Medical Officer's minimum requirements for physical activity, almost 1/3 of children and young people are inactive, meaning 12.4 million adults and 2.3 million children and young people do less than 30 minutes of activity a week. Obesity is estimated to cost the UK economy £58 billion a year. The British Heart Foundation estimates that the annual cost to the economy of cardiovascular disease is £19 billion. And it's children and young people from the least affluent families who have been the hardest hit. They remain the least active and are falling further behind. And it is in our most deprived areas where we see the most stark evidence of gaps in provision and in participation pathways. For children in these areas, horizons can be narrow. To be meaningfully impactful, facilities must be truly local and truly accessible. A kickabout area or a basketball court at the end of the road, a skate park, bouldering area or pump track in a park you can walk or ride to, a bike library or a community centre offering indoor sports through the winter, or just simply being able to access the countryside that you see every day. To me, this is a gap that we need to address if we are to complete the pathway from inspiration to sustained participation and perhaps excellence. And to do this, we need to recognise the task is beyond the National Lottery, Sport England or stressed local authority budgets. We must connect departmental investment to the benefit that it brings. The government has rightly prioritised prevention and rejected sticking plaster solutions, and one way we can turn this intent into action is by properly investing via health, policing, social security and other budgets in delivering the long-term benefits that we know sport and active lifestyles can provide. The evidence is clear, and the gap is clear, and the opportunity is one I believe we must grasp. Thank you.
Natasha Irons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I must declare an interest again, as I mentioned Channel 4 in my speech, and I was a previous employee of the organisation. So, following an incredibly exciting few months of sport, I am really pleased to speak in this debate today. Whether it was the Football World Cup, the Wimbledon Championships, the T20 World Cup, whatever sport you were interested in this summer, there was something for everyone. But of course, communities around the world turned their attention to Paris for the Olympic and Paralympic Games. Team GB gave a formidable performance, winning 65 medals at the Olympic Games, and Para-GB winning a massive 124 medals at the Paralympic Games, finishing second overall in the medals table. I was delighted to cheer on Croydon's own Thomas Young in the 100-metre sprint at the Paralympics this year. He gave a stellar performance, and I know that people across Croydon will be looking forward to cheering him on at Los Angeles 2028. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are a number of benefits associated with sports broadcasting, especially when it is available without the financial barriers on our public-owned platforms. Watching incredible success of our Olympic and Paralympic greats is inspiring, particularly for our children and young people, who might just find themselves a new hero to look up to and a new sport to try. Sport England emphasised the impact that engaging in sport can have on young people, including building positive experiences, improving physical literacy, and offering young people an environment where they can build confidence in a safe space. One of the barriers to engaging in physical activity is access. So I'm pleased that this government have committed to ensuring that children and young people are not just being taught the required physical education curriculum,
but that it is also supporting grassroots football clubs, local community groups and widening opportunity so that as many people as possible can get involved in physical activity. I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to one of the many grassroots organisations based in my constituency of Croydon East and who I recently had the pleasure of visiting. The Croydon Harriers train at Croydon Arena alongside another wonderful grassroots club, Croydon FC. They work to give young people and children sporting opportunities such as training camps and after-school clubs, and they are part of the fabric of the local community. But in Britain today, not all young people have access to such wonderful organisations. For too many young people and adults with disabilities, opportunities to get involved in sport can feel inaccessible. Sport England have found that those with disabilities are twice as likely to be inactive than those without a disability, and the charity Active Alliance found that only 25% of disabled children are regularly participating in PE lessons. These numbers are far too low, but the high-profile coverage of the Paralympic Games put out by Channel 4 is helping to change perceptions of parasport, helping to bring new audiences and increasing participation. Channel 4's 2020 report, 10 years on from Paralympics 2012, revealed that over two-thirds of the UK's population tuned in to the Games, and that 76% of people said that the channel's Meet the Superhumans campaign opened their eyes to what disabled people can be capable of. And almost three-quarters of viewers aged between 12 and 16 said that they were more comfortable talking about disabilities after Channel 4's coverage. Viewership of the Games this year reached record highs, with 20 million viewers both across linear and streaming platforms, attracting a larger proportion of young people than other channels. That is the impact that public service broadcasting can have. Our Paralympians were already brilliant and doing amazing things in their sport, but what they needed was a platform to inspire our nation. Sport can change lives, Madam Deputy Speaker. It can connect us and it can inspire us. I think I speak for members across the House when I say that we are so proud of Team GB and Para-Team GB's performance in this year's Games. I want to thank them for their contribution to our nation's story, for their incredible talent and for inspiring a nation. Thank you.
Alan Gemmell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and might I say it's a great privilege to have listened to so many of my colleagues' maiden speeches this afternoon, including my friend, the member for East Kilbride and Straven, and my friend, the member for Uxbridge and South Ruislip, who rightly had a very proud mum in the chamber. In today's debate, we've heard about the importance of sports in communities across the UK, and I wanted to share with the House the truly inspirational achievements of my constituent Kaylee Hagel, a Paralympian from Ayr. Kaylee is a 6-time world record holder in frame running and was preparing to win gold in Paris this year when she was told 2 years ago that her sport would not be included in the Games. In her own words, it felt like her whole world crashed around her. But with truly Olympian spirit, Kaylee spent the last 2 years becoming one of the best boccia players and is ranked 13th in the world. She was selected for Team GB and made it all the way to the quarter-finals in Paris. This is a truly inspirational feat. We are also very proud of what Kaylee has achieved for representing Ayrshire in Team GB. And I tried to contact Kaylee today to suggest that she might want to watch this debate. But it seems that she has a more important thing going on, in that it's her wedding day. Aww. And I hope the House might join me in congratulating her for her achievements and this very special day. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I echo the comments made by my honourable friend, the member for Rossendale and Darwen, about repetition when you speak this late in a debate, and I'm aware that I'm probably the only thing standing between everybody here and catching trains back to constituencies, so I'll try not to be too long-winded. But I am grateful for this debate and for those who spoke, and I think if Oracy were an Olympic sport, many of our maidens today would be medalists, and as with most sports, I would just be grateful to take part. I know that across this House, people are rightly proud of the achievements of our great British Olympians, and I'm proud particularly of the consistency of our performance in the Paralympics, because I think it says something about who we are as a nation. And I refer not to governments of either colour, but to the spirit of the British people. But I think it is important that we don't allow our celebrations of British sporting success at an elite level to conceal the wide inequalities of access to sport and physical activity. 1/3 of Team GB's medalists went to private schools. And now I mean that as no disparity to them, because only sheer hard work and perseverance could lead them to achieve what they did. But when privately educated young people are 4 times more likely to get an Olympic medal than a child in the state sector, we do have to ask, what are we doing to make sure that all young people have the opportunities and support to participate and achieve in sports? Almost half of the 1,400 member schools of the Independent Schools Council have their own swimming pools. 759 have AstroTurf pitches and nearly 100 offer rowing on their own lakes and rivers. Meanwhile, in the state sector, 223 school playing fields were sold off between 2010 and 2020. And as others have noted already in this debate, Department for Education reports that there were 41,000 fewer hours of PE taught in the 2023 to 24 academic year compared to 2011 to 2012. And this has led to a situation where fewer than half of children from less affluent backgrounds are meeting the Chief Medical Officer's guidelines of 60 minutes a day of physical activity. Now, I understand that there are pressures on public finances, but mark my words, any savings that we make right now in failing to deliver improvements in school and community sports will cost us in the future, with increases in childhood obesity and diabetes adding to future NHS bills. And we're heading in the wrong direction. In my own constituency, the Conservative and Lib Dem controlled Durham County Council, which took over from Labour in 2021, has cancelled and delayed upgrades to leisure facilities. The town of Crook, with a population of 10,000 people, lost its swimming baths over a decade ago, and several attempts since to bring them back have ended only in disappointment. And it's not just young people affected. I remember vividly a conversation I had whilst canvassing with an older woman in her 80s who told me of her sorrow at the closure of the swimming baths and having to take two buses and an hour and a half's round trip to where I live in Bishop Auckland for the nearest swimming pool has meant that she no longer goes. And she's not only missing out in physical activity, but in the interaction of her friends. She said it was the thing in the week that she had most looked forward to. So, it's not just about physical health, it's about loneliness and isolation. And in reference to school sports, it's about the intrinsic curriculum. Now, I wasn't blessed with great physical coordination, but I'll always be grateful to my PE teacher, Mr. Brown, who didn't allow me to use that or my asthma as an excuse. And he got me on the running track and told me to push myself and put me in the school athletics team. I learned through sports, as I think many do, how to push myself, how to strive for a personal best, how to play fair, how to work as a team, how to be magnanimous in the very occasional victory, and frequently humble in defeat. And I learned that it brings people together and that it's great fun. Finally, I want to just focus on the mental health benefits of sport, and it's World Mental Health Day. Recently, I met with a group in my constituency, Man Health, who have a group of men that get together on a Thursday night, and I joined them. And perhaps in order to break down the stigma of mental health, I shared my own experience of struggling with depression and anxiety, including at times since I joined this place, that can often be hidden with a suit and a smile. And one of the young men asked to see me afterwards. He'd grown up in the care system and talked to me about struggles of anger and temper management and struggles of feeling loved and accepted, but the acceptance and self-esteem that he'd felt through rugby and an audition that he's going on to try out for a team, and I won't reveal it for sake of protecting this young man's identity, but I was incredibly impressed with him and with his candour. And so may I just say in conclusion, because several of my colleagues have made excellent recommendations today that don't need repeating, I want to appeal to colleagues on all sides of the House that we don't just pay lip service to this. Because my own local authority has had 60% cuts, central government cuts, since 2010, and the Chief Executive recently told me that we're in the territory of having to look at closing libraries and leisure centres. We can't just pay lip service to this. There is no development without human development, and we should be striving to make Britain over the next decade the most active nation on earth and end this decline.
Before I call the front bench, could I pass on the congratulations, I'm sure, of the whole House to the constituent of the Honourable Member for Central Ayrshire, Kayleigh Hago, on her wedding day. Probably an adequate excuse not to be watching the speech of her newly elected Member of Parliament. With the leave of the House, I call Louie French.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with leave of the House, I have the pleasure of closing this debate for His Majesty's, I couldn't get it right these days, opposition. Inspire a generation was the motto of the London Games, delivered by the previous Conservative government. And throughout this debate, we have heard from members on both sides of the House of the inspirational stories from each and every constituency here today, or represented here today across the country. We have heard from the Honourable Member and my honourable friend from Reading Central on the important role that the armed forces play, in particular in disability sports, and the challenge faced by his local club of Reading FC. The Liberal Democrat spokesman, who's not here right now, also spoke about the physical and mental health challenges and benefits of sport, and also his likeness to Alan Shearer's haircut. So it was an interesting one. We heard a fantastic maiden speech from the new member for Warrington South. I hope that she has successfully secured significant brownie points from mentioning her husband and father-in-law, and also her local club of Warrington Wolves, who I know very well as a former rugby league player myself. I don't think I had many victories in Warrington during my youth there. We also heard from the former Minister for Sport for Droitwich, member for Droitwich and Evesham, who was a fantastic sports minister during his time, and I pay tribute to him for his dedication and efforts in that post, and also for supporting the new shadow team in our new roles. We heard from the member for Chesterfield, who spoke about his passion for tennis, and in particular the APPG for tennis, and the fantastic Parks tennis project, which I'm pleased has seen 3 courts improved in my own constituency, alongside our local council, which is Bexley Council. We had a maiden speech for the Lib Dem member for Mid Dorset and North Poole, and I hope that she has better balance on those paddle balls than I do, that she referenced earlier. We also had a maiden speech from the new member for West Bromwich, who referenced her local football club, the Baggies, I believe is the nickname. There are lots of comments that I could make about her former boss, Sadiq Khan, as a London MP, but given the context of today's debate, I think we'll move on swiftly. We all had a maiden speech for the member from North Cornwall. I hate to break it to him that I also prefer the jam first in my cream tea, but I also do enjoy a Cornish pasty, as you can probably tell. We had a maiden speech also from the member for Mid Cheshire, who highlighted the fantastic career of Paula Ratcliffe and other local athletes and para-athletes, including his mum. We, as always, had a fantastic speech from my honourable friend from Strangford, who's behind me, who highlighted in his passionate speech, in particular about a gymnast from his community that who has inspired people in Northern Ireland with his sporting achievements and that gold medal performance in Paris. Like my honourable friend, I don't think I would last too long on a pummel horse. He had a maiden speech also from the new member for Mansfield, who spoke with great passion about his new seat, and I'm sure our former member will appreciate his kind words today. Ben is not only a great colleague, but also a fantastic goalkeeper for our annual football match against the lobby team. Moving on, we had a maiden speech for Redditch, and I do apologise if I missed anyone. There's quite a lot of maidens today. We heard links for Redditch to Led Zeppelin Harry Styles and his love of local roundabouts. I can't see where he's gone. Perhaps, I've got a bad joke here, I'm sorry. I said perhaps a good background for his government's upcoming U-turns, those roundabouts. Sorry. We had a maiden speech from the member for, I think it's Worsty and Eccles. We heard about his love of Eccles cakes and a cheeky Vinto, with the speaker perhaps coming up. And I can tell him that having your own mum as a constituent is also an experience I know only too well. So make sure you listen to your mum. We had a maiden speech for the new member for Colby, who mentioned and referenced their constituent who was a silver BMX medalist, I believe he said. And we also had a fantastic maiden speech for the new member for East Kilbride and Straven, and she mentioned the Caledonian Gladiators basketball team and the rich local sporting heritage that she enjoys in her constituency. We also had fantastic maiden speeches from the new members for Uxbridge and South Ruislip, and also a fantastic maiden speech for the member for Bournemouth East. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I've covered everyone, and if I haven't, I do apologise. It's been a well-themed debate, I think, across the House today, and we've rightly celebrated the performances of our athletes and para-athletes. Back to my actual speech, the Paris Olympic Games saw 327 fantastic British athletes compete, almost as many as there are new members in this place, and 65 medals won with a deeply proud nation watching along. There can be no doubt that the London 2012 Olympic legacy is alive, well, and continues to inspire the future of British sport. The legacy that we have heard of today was made possible by record levels of investment, particularly from the National Lottery and the Conservative governments during this period. Investment made in the face of an Olympic-sized hole in the budget left by the party opposite in 2010. We have always been and remain committed to our athletes and clubs from the grassroots to the Olympics, especially, Madam Deputy Speaker, during the pandemic, when it was our government that invested an unparalleled £1.6 billion of emergency funding through the Department of Digital, Culture, Media and Sport, supporting well over 200,000 jobs and 5,000 organisations. Even in some of the most difficult economic circumstances, the Conservative Party has always backed our athletes with the funding they need to compete at the highest level. That is why I and the sporting industry more broadly remain disappointed that Ministers opposite have yet to confirm the future funding for sport in our country. Madam Deputy Speaker, in that time we have seen, since the election, an Olympic Games open and close. We have seen a Paralympic Games open and close. We've also seen the government lose a Chief of Staff in fewer than 100 days. Perhaps not an Olympic record, but almost certainly a British one. Our constituents and the athletes we have been celebrating today deserve an answer from the government about their future. Not next week, not in a month's time, but today. As ministers will know, British athletes need to know if they are going to be funded and to what extent during the next Olympic cycle to the LA Games in 2028. They need to know what equipment they can afford and when they can afford it. And more importantly, and equally importantly, our world-leading coaches need to know if the funding will be there for them to continue training British athletes over the next 4 years, or we risk competitor nations luring them away to emulate our World Olympic and Paralympic preparations. Nations around the world are already beginning to copy our model of athlete development. Our football clubs need clarity on when Labour will bring forward the Football Governance Bill, whilst horse racing and the gambling industry are also in the dark still over Labour's plans. Members opposite repeatedly repeat the confective line about the state of the economy almost as often as they draw breath. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is this government that is now creating a black hole of uncertainty at the heart of British sport, and we urge them to hold the line, to bite down on their gum shields and ensure that our athletes in UK sport have the support they need and the certainty they deserve. Thank you.
Mr. Vikki Foxcroft.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I originally wrote that I wanted to start by saying what a collegiate and comradely debate that this has been, and until the Minister stood up, it actually was. But if I go and say, I was particularly impressed with the Honourable Member for Leon Atherton congratulating the Secretary of State on Wigan Warriors' win over Lee Leopards, though I was concerned that she followed that very quickly with pointing out the boxing clubs in her constituency. I also thought that the Sports Minister gave an excellent speech with lots of really good advice to the Minister to Sport, and I'm sure she'll take some of that on board, and you certainly made myself chuckle a bit. Now, I want to just start by thanking all of those who contributed to this debate today. And I'm sorry if I'm not able to reference everybody individually, but it really has been a busy debate. And it's been a pleasure to hear and reflect on another wonderful summer of Olympic and Paralympic performance. Olympic and Paralympic performances are not only a matter of pride for the country, but they also inspire a nation. And I know the Minister and the Shadow Minister mentioned him, but it would be remiss of me not to take advantage of being at the dispatch box and mentioning our Alex Yee, MBE of Brockley in Lewisham North, my constituency, who won the gold in the men's triathlon. And I just thought I'd share a little story with everyone. We have placards up in areas with Brockley. They have now been renamed to be Brock Yee. You can look online if you want to see any of them. But you did us all proud, as did all of the other Olympian and Paralympians, including Cindy Nagamba, who was in the gallery earlier, and the Honourable Member for Bolton North East so eloquently put forward her achievements. Now, the government values the importance of sport, which with the right support can and will contribute so much to how we deliver against our priority missions. Now, I just declare an interest as recorded in the Register of Members' Financial Interest. I too was fortunate enough to attend the Paralympic Games in Paris and see our athletes in action across sessions in athletics, cycling and swimming, of which obvious highlights were seeing Brooke Wixton win silver medal in 100 metres breaststroke, and Archie Atkinson will win silver in the C4 4,000 metres individual pursuit. Now, I wasn't able to see all of them, but as a smart whip, it would be wrong of me not to ensure that I mentioned my good friend for Bury South, friend from school years, Greg Stevenson, who won gold in the PR2 mixed doubles for rowing and broke a world record. Now, what I didn't know was that he trained in my honourable friend's constituency of Reading Central, and the immense impact he's had on so many people. But perhaps my greatest reflection was that these athletes represent the top of their performance pathways. There is so much that we as government can and will do to support all parts of that pathway, whether you're aiming to take your first sporting steps or to set a world record. And the Olympic and Paralympic Games are a rare opportunity to demonstrate the sheer variety of sports available in which to take those first sporting steps. There is a whole world of sports and activity out there, and one that we will ensure offers access and opportunity to as many individuals as possible. And as the Honourable Member for North Warwickshire and Bedworth so passionately put forward, the need for grassroots clubs and activities for all from a young and older age to be that pipeline, but also for everyone's physical and mental health. Now, my honourable friend spoke in the opening of this debate on the opportunity that sport has to contribute to the government's missions. She also did say, and maybe the Minister wasn't listening, the Shadow Minister wasn't listening, that we're committed to a multi-year funding. See, we've not been in power that long, so we're still getting used to the different terms, but also we are moving at a speed, but maybe not as quick as the opposition would be liking us to. And most obvious in this potential is within the health mission, where small steps into physical activity can have such holistic health benefits. And I was so eloquently put by my honourable friend for Chesterfield, who passionately spoke about the benefits, both culturally and health-wise, of tennis, with participants living on average 9.7 years longer. Yet sports can and does impact so much more widely in society, and this can be particularly influential engaging young people, and I'm personally hugely invested in how sport can contribute to safer communities for them. And my honourable friend for Croydon East rightly pointed out the need to invest in our young people. And there are some excellent examples of how young people can be engaged in sports and social activities with access to mentors, further opportunities, and provide wider positive messages. And they can be shown alternatives to violent influences. And yes, I will.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Does she join with me in recognising the contribution community trusts such as those at Derby County Football Club and Chesterfield Football Club make to fill the gap left by local authorities who've had huge cuts, especially in regards to youth provision?
My honourable friend makes a really important point, and if we're putting different clubs on the record, can I also add my local football club of Millwall Community Trust and the excellent work that they do in the local community. But continuing with the importance of making sure that they're able to make informed choices away from crime, away from violence, and from a future that need not lead them into the justice system, but provides them with the opportunities for a thriving government. Working across government, this is our mission. And now I want to also touch on the excellent maiden speeches that we heard today. The Honourable Member for Warrington South gave a passionate speech championing her seat and former local women leaders. And I hope her presence is present enough for her husband, Tom. But I also say happy birthday to Tom, and I'm sure he's absolutely extremely proud of her. And the Honourable Member for Mid-Dorset and Poole, who spoke about her beautiful constituency, though I'm trying to remember if she did say some bits were Shitterton and Happy Bottom. She did. And when my good friend for West Bromwich spoke, I was rather nervous when she mentioned Tom Watson, as when I once gave a speech at a Friends of Labour students event and mentioned him, I may have slightly regretted it afterwards. So I think we just stick with the sons of toolmakers. Now, the Honourable Member for North Cornwall used his maiden speech to campaign for a Cornish team at the Commonwealth Games, and I wish him good luck with that. The Honourable Member for Mid-Cheshire spoke about being an events capital, making me really want an invite to join a banquet. But also I was very interested in the annual Pina Colada Festival. Now, the Honourable Member for Mansfield spoke personally of his life journey and how he wants to ensure everyone has the same opportunity. Now, the Honourable Member for Redditch did an amusing speech, name-checked many, many people from his constituency, including Harry Styles, several times. Now, the Honourable Member for Walesey and Eccles, who spoke about tea and cakes, and I wouldn't like to say which cake was my favourite, but I would say that I was born in Chorley. I didn't say which one was my favourite. The Honourable Member for Corby in East Northamptonshire spoke about the importance of fighting for workers' rights and how he has been such a strong advocate in doing so, both before entering Parliament, and I'm absolutely certain he will be a really strong voice here in Parliament. And then my honourable friend for East Kilbride and Strathaven spoke passionately about campaigners and champions from her constituency, saving businesses, saving jobs and showing the talent of women. And I know she'll be a doughty champion campaigning for her constituency. And the honourable member for Uxbridge and South Ruislip, who spoke personally about challenges growing up and how this made him wanting to make the changes in politics. And I'm glad that he's finally made it here. And in finishing the maiden speeches, the honourable member from Bournemouth East really did pay the most fitting tribute to Tobias Elwood, who was the first to try and save the life of PC Keith Farmer. All of us owe him a great debt of gratitude. Now, in finishing this part, I know how nerve-wracking it can be doing your maiden speech. You were all absolutely excellent. They were all absolutely excellent. See, we can all make mistakes at times. And I'm genuinely glad that you chose this debate to do so. Now, today, we heard the importance of sports in its many forms in the country. The 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games may have passed, but enjoying sporting performances is still part of the regular routine for many of us during the winter months of football and rugby. The nights may be closing in, but millions are out there daily, logging their runs, playing five-a-sides under newly funded floodlights, or trying a new sport for the first time. The government is focused on delivering against our 5 core missions, and sport can do so much in many of these spaces. It can be instrumental in breaking down barriers and creating opportunities. The sector can and will contribute to economic growth, and sport and physical activity can and will improve the health of the nation served by the NHS. And that's why I will be working with my ministerial colleagues to ensure that sport is a key part of delivering across health and our other missions, and to ensure that we will be reflecting on the continued success of our elite athletes for many years to come.
The question is that this House has considered sport and the performance of Team GB and Paralympics GB in 2024. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it.